I grew up in a quiet country town in New Jersey during the 70s. We're going back a bit here, I know. The main street was a dusty asphalt strip lined on either side by squared stone buildings that ended where concrete gave way to the maintained gardens of the Central Park. At the center of the park stood a large tree with thick, twisted branches reaching high and wide into the sky. As far back as I can remember, this tree never had any leaves, no matter the season, so I'd always thought it was dead. Surrounding the base of the tree was a short stone and wire barrier. It was put in place years beforehand to deter children from climbing the tree. I had my doubts as to how well it worked, especially since it was beginning to decay and bulge into cracks as the tree's roots expanded below it. However, I personally never had the urge to climb the tree at all. In fact, the tree was more of a natural repellent for me. Something about it deeply unsettled me. Even just pedaling by it on my way to the store raised the hair on the back of my neck. I found out later that my irrational dislike for the tree was justified. After all, it had a significant body count for a plant. The first death was a young boy before my time who was said to have challenged his sister to climb to the top of the tree as fast as possible. Although the girl had refused to move past the first branch, her brother made it much further up the tree before he apparently misstepped and fell to the ground. His neck broke on impact. Later, a group of children had been playing around the tree when one of them tripped on the ground and was impaled as he fell face first into the broken end of a felled branch. I believe the barrier was placed after that one, but it didn't stop the deaths. A teenage girl on a family picnic outside of the barrier was spontaneously crushed by a second falling branch. I remember that one the most, as it was in the papers for weeks, and none of these include the people who hanged themselves from the tree's branches through the years. Suffice to say, the tree had a reputation around town, and it was precisely this reputation that caused dumb kids, namely my friends, to constantly dare each other to go near the tree. I dare you to touch it, I dare you to break a twig off it, I dare you to climb it, and so on, every single day after school. No one ever actually fulfilled these requests, but the insistence was coming to be annoying to anyone who already disliked that mangled-looking overgrowth. As we grew older to become teenagers, the jokes gradually subsided, and honestly, none of us thought that much about the tree anymore. Once we weren't kids, it didn't seem to hold as much power over us, and it definitely went from creepy evil tree to neglected center of the town tree in a hurry. That was until one night, while sitting drunk and high around a small fire in Mr. Peters' cornfield, that Mark said, "Hey, you remember that creepy tree?" "Oh yeah, dead baby tree, right?" Thomas answered him. "The one with no leaves?" I also inquired as I took another hit from the bong. Mark beamed. "That's the one. We should go burn it down. That thing's creepy as hell." And just like that, there we were, 3 teenage boys, high as kites, creeping less than subtly across town and into the park with 2 cans of gasoline and a lighter. Mark could hardly contain his excitement. We kept having to shush him as he giggled manically when high. I bobbed along behind the other 2, thinking my extended length bowl cut looked cool, and Thomas flickered the lighter like a kleptomaniac every so often. We stumbled over the short hedge and tiptoed across the grass until we reached the tree. However, once we were standing in front of it, I felt instantly sober. The same feeling of dread I always had about this tree took a hold as I stared up at it. Dark branches twisting into the sky, motionless, silent and menacing. It was as if it was challenging us in some primal way. Looking around, I could tell that I wasn't the only one who felt it. Mark had stopped giggling, and Thomas looked profoundly uncomfortable. "Right, well, let's just get this done," I said meekly, gesturing vaguely for them to start pouring the gasoline or something. "Are you sure we should do this?" Thomas asked. "We could get in trouble or something." He trailed off as Mark interrupted. "God, it's a tree, just a damn tree. It doesn't have any power over us," he said, annoyed with bravado. "Yeah, but, isn't it city property or something?" Thomas asked. "Who cares? Let's just do this. We said we would, and we're probably doing them a favor, so—" Mark muttered gruffly, then hopped the barrier and began to aggressively throw gasoline around the base of the tree. For a moment, Thomas and I watched. For me, it felt like there was no air left. Gravity was crushing down on me with so much intensity that I couldn't move an inch. I felt sweat slowly trickle down my forehead as I struggled to snap out of it. It was just a tree, and we were the ones with the fire, not it. So, why was I so cripplingly scared? "Yeah, damn it, no one will even know it's us," I said finally, surprising myself with a conviction in my voice as I stepped up to grab the other can of gasoline to help Mark. "Good, get the other side real good. I want to make this bonfire burn, baby," Mark shouted like a lunatic. "You got it," I answered, then took a step to the left. By pure chance alone, as I took that step, a massive crash erupted beside me. A large branch had come crashing down from goodness knows where above and demolished the spot I'd been standing on not seconds ago. Splinters of broken bark sprayed in the air from the impact as I stared dumbfounded. "Nice try," I yelled through dry lips. I was trembling like a leaf, of course, but I wasn't going to let the tree know that. As I took a moment to regain myself, I thought I heard the tree growl in response to my yelling. It was an unmistakable warning. The sound was similar to something you might expect to hear in an old forest where trees creak and groan with age, but very subtle. At this point, Mark and Thomas came running back around the tree to see what had happened. "Christ, that tree's trying to kill us," Mark muttered, and I noticed he was being supported by Thomas. He had one hand to his forehead, and blood was freely flowing down it. "I was around the other side. I tripped on a tree root, hit my head," he informed to my look of horror. "Tree branch fell. It missed," I explained my own situation. "Let's just go. This is bad," Thomas begged. "Just light her up first. That's all that's left to do," Mark insisted, to which Thomas couldn't find an excuse to refuse. "Fine," he agreed reluctantly. We helped Mark back over the barrier and stood clear ourselves before Thomas pulled out the lighter. I couldn't help but feel particularly childish at that moment. We were about to burn down a tree that was decades older than we were, because we were high and thought freak accidents were trying to kill us as we were trying to kill it. However, the second the first spark hit the gasoline fumes and the flames burst to life all around the tree, we realized our mistake. We became instantly aware of two things. One, we had overdone it on the gasoline and it was probably going to burn down the whole park. And two, the tree was moving. Not just moving, it was coming for us. Its branches were thrashing wildly, its roots breaking through the surface of the ground. I felt a vice-like grip wrap around my ankle, and before I knew anything else, I was being ripped off the ground. I was barely able to grab a hold of the barrier wire and found myself in a tug-of-war over my own limb. From the shouts beside me, I knew Mark and Thomas had also been grabbed. To my horror, I saw beside me Thomas. The root that had him was snared tightly around his leg, and he was thrashed around like a rag doll in the air for a moment, before the thing brought him down hard on the ground. I heard him scream and then groan in pain. The crack that accompanied his impact made it clear that something had broken. But the tree didn't stop there. Whipping him back, it thrashed him against the ground and barrier repeatedly. Each new impact made a wet crunch and sent a splatter of blood in all directions. I saw the lighter fall from his hand as his body was smashed against the barrier a fourth time. I can only hope he was dead after the second hit, because the tree didn't let him go at all until Thomas's body began to break apart. If you've never heard flesh and skin gradually tear apart, I pray you never have to. As I watched Thomas die, I gradually gained a re-awareness for the white-hot pain at my ankle. It seemed the bottom of my trousers had caught fire, and it was melting the fibers of my pants onto my leg, which was in turn burning away my skin. I shouted in agony, and I could have sworn I heard the tree do the same. but where the fire burned me, it also burned the root that held me. I felt a vicious tug on my leg that pulled my hip from its joint. The dull pop of that is something I definitely won't ever forget, but I felt no pain. I guess by that point, the adrenaline in me was blocking it all. The next thing I was aware of was falling over the barrier. I had been holding onto it so tightly that when my ankle, or whatever, finally came clean off, the force propelled me over it. It was impossibly difficult to move from there. My whole body felt like lead. I tried to stand, but that was anatomically impossible for a reason I didn't fully understand at the time, and the sound of Mark's cries called my attention towards him. Looking around in a daze, I tried to locate him, and when my eyes finally found him, I wish they hadn't. The light from the fire made everything very clear to see. Mark was easily 10 feet in the air, large tree limbs wrapped around him. Some of his limbs had been stripped of flesh where the tree had tried to pull him apart, and now it was slowly crushing him to death. I could see pieces of him start to bulge unnaturally with the pressure, and eventually his screaming stopped as no further air could get into his lungs for him to exhale. When the middle of the tree began to split apart, opening like a giant gaping mouth as it lowered his body into the center, I turned away then, and that's when I realized I now could see red and blue lights flashing somewhere that seemed impossibly far away. Looking to those lights, I made a conscious effort to focus. This was my new life mission, to crawl toward them. I don't know how far I got, and I don't remember anything other than focusing on those lights until I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in a white clean hospital bed, although I only had a stump left on my leg and a burned gauze covering a significant portion of my lower body. I was at least alive and pain-free. The strange part was that no one asked me what happened. Instead, they told me a loose electrical wire started a fire.
This happened back when I was a freshman in high school. I had this friend who lived next door to me and asked me to accompany him to Dairy Queen to buy a vape from some girl from his school. We'll call him Tyler. After school, I met up with Tyler at our apartment complex since school had just let out for him as well. We walked to Dairy Queen, which was about 1.5 miles, roughly, up the street. This was in the middle of winter, so it was very cold and rainy. The walk took about 30 minutes. We arrived at the Dairy Queen and waited for an hour for this girl who never showed up. She eventually texted Tyler after an hour of telling him she was getting ready and said that she was unable to get a ride, which was total BS, because she apparently lived right by the Dairy Queen. We were annoyed and started our walk back home. We were talking about how we were going to hit the hot tub when we returned. Now, for some understanding, there is a large Walmart that you had to get past to get to the Dairy Queen. Before you get to the Walmart, there's another apartment complex that we also had to pass. A girl named Carly lived there, and was dating our friend named Dre. We stopped at her apartment because Tyler saw her outside taking her trash out and wanted to flirt with her, which is something he would do with every girl that he came across. She was visibly upset, and you could tell that she had been crying. She told Tyler that Dre had dumped her. Now, for a bit of context, Dre was once friends with Tyler, but they had a falling out a few days prior to this story. We all three would hang out at the apartment complex that Tyler and I lived at, and Dre was actually a longtime family friend of mine, too. After a few minutes of Tyler and Carly chatting, we finally left and headed home. As we were about to pass Walmart, there was a big bush on the sidewalk in front of the Walmart. As we were walking, we saw 2 dark figures emerge from behind the bush and look in our direction. Tyler had a lot of enemies, so he was paranoid that there was someone coming after him. I told him not to worry, as it could have been anyone, and it was probably just some random homeless people, as this area was full of random transients. He suggested we cut through the back alley behind Walmart because he was fully convinced it was someone who wanted to jump him. I'll admit, I was a bit nervous myself, as I wasn't sure what kind of enemies that he had, or what they wanted, and I was afraid that they might do something to me since I was with Tyler, which, in hindsight, was probably a bit selfish, but I was a kid. We decided to just continue down the sidewalk we were on, and take our chances agreeing to just book it if they tried anything. The closer we got, the sketchier the whole situation became because these people just kept peeking around the bushes at us. Once we got to the bush, I was surprised to see Dre and a well-known thug, future murderer, named D, come out from behind it. Dre looked pissed, and D had a weird grin on his face that made me know that they were up to no good. I also noticed that D was holding his cell phone at a weird angle, like he was recording or something. That made me extremely nervous. Dre and D just walked up to us on the sidewalk, with D still awkwardly smirking, and Dre asked where we were coming from. I didn't say anything, as I didn't want to be involved in the beef that Dre and Tyler had with each other. Tyler began to try and explain to Dre that we were coming back from Dairy Queen and that we had run into Dre's girlfriend Carly and that Carly was upset over their breakup. Dre didn't believe him, and accused him of trying to hit on her. He said that they never broke up, and accused Tyler of lying. Tyler attempted to get me involved by looking at me as if he expected me to confirm that Carly in fact had said that they broke up. I froze and just shrugged my shoulders, and tried to make it clear that I wanted no part of anything. Dre didn't say anything for a few seconds, and then after an awkward silence, Tyler attempted to part ways and walk up the street after saying goodbye. All of a sudden, Dre shoved Tyler to the ground, and then sucker punched him in his face as he crawled back to his feet. D began hysterically laughing in a very menacing way, and I just stood there looking at Dre, waiting for him to come after me next. You see, the night before this, I had gotten into it with Dre over a text and called him a little bitch because he wouldn't forgive Tyler. I know that was immature now. He walked past me without doing anything, and walked up the street in the opposite direction. Now by this point, Tyler was hysteric, and started running up the street yelling at me to come on or they would get me, and I was trying to keep up with him. He yelled at me for not helping him. At that moment, Tyler's mom pulled up next to us and we got into her car, and she drove us home. He was crying, and he told her what had happened. She seemed kind of dismissive about the whole thing and said to just stay away from Dre. I was just happy to be away from the situation. Tyler went straight to his house and didn't talk to me again for a few days. I guess he was still mad at me about not helping him. In my defense, everything happened so fast that I didn't really know what to do. Dre ended up texting me after I got home just saying, "Hey," but I ignored it. The next encounter with D was a bit more alarming, as he apparently did indeed want to get me next. Tyler and I were just hanging out at the apartments one day when he got a text from one of his friends that Dre and D were smoking weed at the supermarket right next door to the apartments. Apparently, Dre told D about how I was best friends with Tyler and had been quote-unquote talking smack, to which D responded by suggesting that they walk over to my apartments to beat me up. Dre told him no, because we were family friends, so that was the end of that. I didn't see D again until high school when he was put into my algebra class. He walked into the classroom with that same creepy smile on his face that he always seemed to have, and sat down across from my desk. He turned to me during a quiz and asked me if I remember him, to which I replied the affirmative. He asked me if I remember Dre, and when Dre punched Tyler, and once again, I said yes. This kid went on about how he enjoyed watching Dre do that to Tyler, and he actually had 2 knives in his pocket that day and wanted to use them on Tyler, but Dre wouldn't let him. So fast forward to 2018, I was walking around Sears with my fiancé trying to find baby clothes for our son, who was due soon. I hadn't heard anything about Dre or D since high school, and I received a text from an old buddy from school telling me that D got arrested for allegedly shooting some girl in the back of the head at a party. Apparently, she refused to sell him cocaine, so he shot her in a fit of rage. He fled the scene and was arrested soon after that on attempted murder charges, since the girl survived. She ended up making a full recovery. This wasn't even the first time D has shot someone. A year prior, he had shot some kid in the leg during a drug deal gone bad. I'm not sure if Dre is still friends with D, but as far as I know, he's not involved in the things he used to be involved with. So to the psycho who plotted to jump me and shot 2 people, let's not meet again. I went ghost hunting with a friend at Rolling Hills Asylum in East Bethany, New York. The whole operation of ghost hunting at this place is actually pretty interesting. They give you a quick tour and let you go around hunting on your own, allowing you to bring your own equipment, rent theirs, or sometimes borrow theirs. Now, there is a fairly large amount of people, but plenty of ground to cover, so it was rare to be bunched up too much. But we always kept in mind others when investigating on our own. Primarily, the equipment that I was using was pretty mundane. Flashlights, audio recording on a Samsung Galaxy S6, and a Nikon Coolpix. Rolling Hills used to be a poorhouse near Batavia, New York. It is located in pretty much the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but fields. Outside disturbances are minimal, which is great. The place is old, no doubt. Bugs get in, and field mice and rats are no doubt common. The grounds took in people with mental disabilities, the physically ill, the poor, and later it served as a senior living facility. There are a few famous resident spirits, but during our interactions we caught no evidence from those areas. We're very objective and scientific with our investigations, and for some reason do not get creeped out by much. I can safely tell you that we did not have any feelings of a presence or the like. Our first start was the shadow hallway. This hall is famous for shadow beings peeking out from the doors down the hall, as well as pushing people in wheelchairs and your run-of-the-mill terrors. Additionally, the portal room was on this level. We experienced 3 events in this hall. 1. While not our experiment, a group of people had a flashlight that uses a twist motion to turn on. While barely having it on, they asked the spirits questions. The flashlight, much to my surprise, flashed with responses accurately. While this was not my flashlight, I am convinced that it was legitimate. I took several photos of the area and captured nothing of note. 2. A loud bang came from a bathroom nearby. My friend and I immediately went inside to investigate, taking photos. While we caught nothing, others nearby said that they had heard a bang from that room as well earlier. This could be explained by the building's age, but nevertheless, it was still interesting. 3. We thought we heard footsteps coming down the hall, but we did not record any sounds on the audio device, so I cannot say that this was 100% legitimate. The next location that we experienced an event in was a small building attached via tunnel to the main building. My friend, who is extremely skeptical, always brings this situation up when talking about the experience. We were standing in the building right in the middle. They say that there was a boy who liked to hear songs. So, as I was about to chime in my best pirate shanty, don't ask, we heard a knock on a large wooden door behind us. Okay, I know that you're probably thinking that someone was on the other side of that door. Well, that door is out in the field, and we were extremely quiet in that room. There was no window for someone in the next room to look through. The door was a large, sliding wooden door that was sealed. He thinks it was the best experience there. Shortly after the door knock, something made a noise almost like an object falling on the opposite side of the room. While my friend investigated the door, I investigated the noises across the room. There were no people anywhere near us at that time, but something could have fallen. The rest of the building was fairly tame, and I enjoyed the experience. I may go sometime again, but next time shell out the cash to make it a private event. I am far too worried about individuals ruining evidence, or worse, causing false positives. It's been 4 or 5 years since my last encounter. I think I'm safe, right? Wrong. I moved last year and I recently thought, hey, remember those kids a few years ago? Funny, they can't get you now. Boy, was I ever incorrect. I live on a mountain, and like an hour away from the beach in a super populated neighborhood with my roommates. 2 chill lesbians and a college dude. Super cool people. I think nothing can hurt me now, because there are people everywhere. But no, I'm stupid and jinx myself. I was home 2 days ago. Class was canceled, and the dude of the house was home too and taking a nap. I'm in the kitchen watching Netflix and doing homework when there's a knock on the window. Obviously, this is weird as hell, but I have weird as hell friends. Maybe one of them are trying to scare me. I brush it off and continue what I was doing, and then it happens again. Once again, I brush it off because maybe it was the snow if it wasn't one of my friends. Things like this happen all the time with them. Well, it goes on for about 10 minutes, and I'm kinda starting to freak out. My friends don't have this much patience. I go to Charlie's room, the guy, and wake him up. I'm not the one that's usually riled up, so he's concerned too. We both go to the window. I have my phone out with the camera and 911 within a touch, and Charlie has a bat. We look out the window, and no one is there. After a minute, we calm down and go and sit in the living room. Charlie's mom is a cop, so he says he'll tell her about it later. We think we're okay, so we chill and watch TV together. 30 minutes later, the doorbell rings. I go and open the door. At first, I don't see anything. Then, down on the bottom of the stairs of the apartment, I see 3 young boys dressed in black hoodies, jeans, with brown or black bangs. At first, I didn't move. I was frozen in place. Then Charlie asked who it was, and I came to my senses and got a good look at the kids, then slammed the door shut behind me. I started bawling, and I mean sobbing. I had no clue what to do. Charlie's freaking out because I don't cry, especially in front of people like that. He ran to the door with the bat that we have on the windowsill and looked outside. He saw them too. He started freaking out because he didn't know what to do, so he started yelling at them to leave. He said they started smiling. I was crying even more now, and he was still screaming, and I think the neighbors wanted to call the cops. Now think about this. He didn't know what they were. He thought they were normal kids that had scared me. He didn't see their eyes yet. I started yelling at him to go inside when I hear a bunch of footsteps running up the stairs and Charlie screams and runs in. He's telling me he saw their eyes and that they were black, and now we're both freaking out and grabbing kitchen knives. Eventually we calm down and look outside again. No one's there, but we can see a group of kids past the complex with 3 that we think might have been the BEKs. I told him about the other thing that happened to me, and now we're scared to be in this house. We told the other roommates, and they thought we were high or something, so once again, no one believes me. This happened about 3 days ago, and I've been on edge ever since. This is my mom and dad's story. It was their honeymoon. They married in August of 1980 in Australia, and they were driving along the Bruce Highway into a city called Rockhampton, Queensland. It was late at night, 8 p.m.-ish, and they had been driving most of the day. There is a very long stretch of road before you come into the city that's just bush, kilometers of it. At night, the bush can be very scary. They had not passed cars for some time, probably a couple of hours. Out of nowhere, headlights appeared a long way behind them in their rearview mirror. That was fine, whatever. They keep driving as normal. Then, the headlights start getting closer and closer. My dad is driving, and says something like, "What a bloody turkey. Look at how fast he's going." The car comes right up to them with their high beams on, and follows them for about 5 minutes like that. Mom and Dad have a conversation about why can't the person just overtake them. Then, the car completely backs off. like slows right down, almost to a complete stop, and hangs back about 1 to 2 kilometers away for a good 15 minutes. Mom and Dad both think that is super weird and creepy, but again, whatever. They just keep going. Then the car speeds up again, tailgating high beam and sort of swerving into the other lane as if to get to overtake them, but he never did. This goes on for another 5-ish minutes. Mom and Dad are both really scared now. Remember, this is the days before mobiles or cell phones, and besides, there would have been no reception in that area to call for help, even if they had them, and it's not over yet. The car backs off again, but not as far as before, and then hangs back there for about a minute before hitting the gas and absolutely flying past Mom and Dad and finally passing them. There appeared to be only one person in the car, but they couldn't really see what that person looked like. There was also no number plate on the car to identify it. And I know my dad has told me heaps of times before, but I can't actually remember what sort of car it was now. I feel like it was sort of a sedan type of thing. Definitely white. The car disappears up the road, as if it were never there. Mom and Dad were shaken to their core, but pleased that it was seemingly over. But no, it's still not done yet. The road now becomes a bit more windy, whereas previously it had almost been straight. Mom and Dad come around a corner and the car is parked in the middle of the road, facing them, again with high beams on, both driver and passenger doors wide open, and the man, they could now see that it was a man, standing in front of the car with his arms spread wide. Spread as if to make them stop. Mom was screaming at Dad, "Just hit him, don't stop, just hit him." And my dad, being the bloody hero that he is, did not stop and drove around the man's car on the right-hand side of it, which would be the passenger side as it was parked facing them. The man tried to get in front of Dad, I assumed to stop him from driving off, as he made this maneuver, but he couldn't quite get there in time. He was very close to the car and Dad nearly hit him. Dad absolutely floored it. He said he was doing around 130, 140 kilometers per hour to get away from that man. They aren't sure how long they drove like that, but they didn't slow back down to the speed limit until they started to come into the city limits. They made it to their hotel and parked the car at the back of the hotel so that you couldn't see it from the road, because it was on the side of the highway and passing traffic could see the cars parked there. Mom was quite hysterical and told reception what had happened. They called the police and reported it, but they never found the car or the driver. Fast forward to many years later and Mom was watching the news and Ivan Milat had just been arrested. Mom screamed and called Dad into the lounge room. They both agreed that he was in fact the man that they saw. They were absolutely adamant. I can't find evidence to suggest that Ivan Milat was active in Queensland during that time, but I certainly won't call Mom and Dad liars because of what they saw. I imagine it was another creepy hillbilly who looked very similar to Mr. Backpacker Murderer. This happened a couple of days ago. My family and I went to an old asylum while on vacation. They had renovated it and put a couple of stores and a restaurant inside, so my father thought it would be a nice place to visit. When we first drove into the driveway, I was overcome with dizziness, and I couldn't even finish the message that I had been typing while we were pulling in. As I got out of the car, the dizziness subsided for the most part, and we all went inside. It still looked like an asylum. The doors were big metal cage doors. The floor was old and cracked. The walls were old, yellowed bricks, and there were entrances that were covered over with more bricks so that no one could enter. As we began walking down the halls, I noticed that something was off. The overall feeling in the place was just terrible. I started getting a headache, but it was only minor. I know spirits can give people headaches and stomach aches, so I wasn't at all surprised. As I said, mine was minor, but I couldn't help but notice that my sister was getting worse and worse. There was an old metal-looking door that resembled something that would be on an animal cage. It was just a pitch black, empty room on the other side. I had mentioned to my mother the feeling that I had about the place, and so as a joke, she held me close to the cage and said, "Look in there. Do you see a ghost yet?" As they were all laughing, I stood there in shock, because there was someone on the other side of the gate looking back at me. I ripped away from her grasp, and kept walking down the hall away from the cage-like door. My sister was giving me a look, so I knew that she wanted to tell me something. We went off to the side, and she told me that she had a terrible, pounding headache. We kept walking as she told me about it, but I could see that she was getting worse, like she didn't know where she was going anymore, so I took her outside the building for a minute to help her head, and told her to pray and imagine that there was a white light surrounding her. She did this, and started to walk away from the building as her headache was getting better. My father had scheduled for us to eat inside the building, and our table was ready, so we were forced to go back in. She told me that her headache was even worse than before, and that she was about to pass out, and that the praying in white light now made it worse instead of better. We were texting each other, and she was telling me that she felt a strong pressure on her back and head. Soon enough, I could see that she couldn't take it anymore, so I took her outside again. My parents were furious, but only because they didn't understand. Once I took her outside, she started crying and shaking, and so I took her away from the building, and we went for a walk. We went across the street, and I talked to her until her headache stopped, and so did the pressure. Our parents texted us telling us that the food was there, so once again we were forced to enter the building. I held her hands and prayed with her before we entered again. We ate as fast as possible, and got out of there even before our parents did. We drove off, but she still felt uneasy, and so did I. We got out of the car at our next destination, but it was almost as if we were still in the asylum. My sister started crying and shaking again, and she asked me if it could make it kill herself. I asked her why, and she told me that it was giving her suicidal thoughts, and that it was making her depressed and draining her energy. I took her and my mom and dad, and we all prayed together over her. As I placed my hand on her head while praying, it was weird. I could feel it there still. It had followed us. It thought that she would be an easy target, and maybe she would have been, if I wasn't there. Maybe that's what scares me the most. I'm not sure if it's gone, but when we arrived back at the hotel, I saw and heard someone following me in the hall, so I thought it was my sister. But when I turned around, no one was there. But that could have just been a different spirit. I'm pretty used to them by now. Last night, my sister and I didn't sleep. We were kept awake the whole night through. Maybe we were scared, or maybe we were kept up by something else. Something dark. Something inhuman. This is a true story that happened to me. Back in 2008, my girlfriend and I decided to go to an abandoned mental asylum off of Highway 82 in Alabama called Old Bryce. It shut down a few years back due to malpractice, and some of the ghost legends, like the number 2 ghost, involve murder by staff at the facility. Essentially, this was a dumping ground for people that society didn't know what to do with. Thousands of people were sent there and died there. The facility consisted of 4 buildings: Bryce, the residence hall; S.D. Allen, the medical facility; the crematorium; and the guard shack. I have seen 2 ghosts in the residence hall, the bigger of the 2 that I can share with you now. My second visit to Old Bryce was strange. It was my first time inside the building, and I came prepared. It was me, my girlfriend, and our friend Chris. I had a flashlight and a DVD camcorder. Through the main entrance is a staircase on the right which zigzags up to the 2nd floor, complete with anti-suicide fence at the top. Make a left, another left, and then a quick right, and you are in the hall that led to the children's corridor. I had the flashlight in my left hand and my camera in my right, scanning, trying to catch something. On the left, at the entrance to that room, there was a bathroom with only a tub in it. I thought I saw something in the bathroom and shined the light that way, but nothing. I moved the camera and light, thought I saw it again and shined it back. Still nothing. Our night continued and finished without incident. The next day, I reviewed the footage. In that bathroom, I shined toward something I thought I saw, and I was right. When the light pans to the right, a bluish-white illuminated little girl's face peers out from behind the door to follow the beam. As the light shines back in her direction over the course of 2 frames, she is half behind the door, and then in the next frame, she is gone. My heart felt like an ice cube ran through it, because I was in such shock. I proceeded to show everyone that I knew. The girl's appearance was that of younger than 10, hair parted in the middle, unusually large forehead, and had some apparent deformation or disorder. I made the mistake of leaving the camera at a friend's house overnight, who is apparently not my friend, and he stole it. This is where it gets weirder. 2.5 years later, I was living in a different city. One of the legends of Old Bryce is that the windows grow back, and if you do any damage to them, that spirits will follow you home. I broke a window. I was laying in bed one night, around 3 or 4 a.m. I was on the verge of sleep, aware of where I was, and very comfortable. Out of nowhere, this immobilizing, tingling sensation started at the tips of my toes. I was laying on my stomach with my arms under the pillow, completely helpless as this sensation crept its way slowly up my legs, midsection, and eventually my entire body over the course of about 20 seconds. Once it covered me, I heard the whisper of a little girl directly in my ear say, "I'm in your room." I cringed, and for some reason I told her that I loved her. The feeling stopped and left me on the verge of tears. It may or may not have been that little girl from the asylum, but according to the legend, it makes sense. This experience I had dates back to the second house that I lived in. When I was about 13, my nan moved in with us following my granddad's death, and with the sale of the 2 houses, we managed to move into a fairly big house with a massive garden. Just to put it into perspective, our neighbor's garden in a house in a previous time was a small tennis club with 3 courts, and wrapped around the back of our garden, just to give a perspective of the size of these gardens. So anyway, my bedroom was sort of attached, and above the garage to the side of the house, so I used to be able to see across my neighbor's garden and the gardens next door to theirs, whilst also being sort of detached from the rest of the house. We lived there for about 5 years, and nothing really happened. I went to uni and had some experiences which I've posted on another post. When I returned from uni, I picked up the dirty habit of smoking and not wanting my parents to know. I used to climb out of my window on the side of the roof of a shelter that we had outside my window and sit to smoke. When I was back for the summer after my first year, I was on this roof and I heard our neighbor's dog bark and go ballistic. He wasn't in the garden, but obviously by their back door. At the same time, their automatic backlight sensor switched the light on, and clear as day there was a black, and I mean really black, figure in their garden. It stood maybe around 5'10". Looked like a man's figure. It was just pacing up and down their decking, almost right below me. I initially crapped myself, thinking it was the husband and that for sure he had seen me smoking. I looked closer, frozen still. What I was seeing was almost hovering, gliding, effortless, not walking. Suddenly their back door opened, and the husband came out with the dog, and just like that, it vanished. I continued to see Steve out there and the exact same routine occurred. That was almost every other night. I even kept a log at the time, looking for some sort of pattern. One night shortly after, about 8 weeks, my parents had a barbecue and my neighbors came. I brought this up with the gentleman's wife, who looked at me and laughed. She proceeded to tell me that the shadow's name was Steve. Steve had been in their house for the last 20 years, and she regularly sees him pacing the garden, walking down the stairs, opening and closing doors and cupboards, moving their possessions, almost like living as if they were not there. Her kids had seen him and grown up with him, but her husband had never, ever seen him. I was shook, but glad at the same time that I wasn't going crazy. I continued to see Steve right up until we moved out of the house a few years ago. If anything, I felt sad for him. It was almost as if he was unable to move on. I totally forgot about this happening until my mom brought it up at dinner tonight, and now it's 9:30 at night and I'm scared all over again. This was back in high school, either my freshman or sophomore year. I missed the bus, and I didn't have a car at the time, so my mom had to drive me to school. The road my tiny neighborhood, more like a glorified cul-de-sac, was off of was a long stretch that had only one equally tiny other neighborhood and a few houses here and there. It was 6 a.m. or something and still dark outside, and it was colder than a witch's tit. As we were pulling out of the neighborhood, my mom and I both saw these 3 children in blue and white private school uniforms standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of the neighborhood on the sidewalk. It was either 2 girls and 1 boy or 2 boys and 1 girl. I didn't remember the ratio, but the girls wore a blue and white skirt/dress outfit and the boy wore a blue short-sleeved shirt with khaki shorts. This was weird for a few reasons. 1, it was 40 degrees outside. They looked like they were dressed for the summer, and they didn't even wear coats or anything. Secondly, there were 2 schools in the area, but not a private school till the next town over, and the blue and white weren't the school's uniform colors. Third, what young kids just stand there in a single file line not doing anything but staring? No joshing around, no nothing? Yeah, right. Lastly, this wasn't where the bus stop was. It was a few blocks down. Just a sprinkle of extra creepy on top. There weren't any streetlights. They were just standing there in the dark, not doing jack except for being creepy as hell. They were on the corner on the right, closest to the passenger side where I was obviously sitting. And of course, we were turning right. As we got closer, I thought that at first they didn't have faces, but it was just too shadowy and dark out, and the headlights only shone under their shoulders, which is how I can remember the outfits so vividly. Then we got closer, and I was relieved to see that they did have faces, but then got completely freaked all over again when I saw that their eyes were all black. Like supernatural Sam and Dean fighting demons, all black. My mom saw it before I did, and she put the pedal to the metal and hightailed it out of there. I remember trying to look back and see them, but I couldn't since it was too dark. My mom didn't go back home until the sun rose, and it was bright enough to not be afraid anymore. Of course, no one believed me at school, and my siblings thought we were just full of it. But we know what we saw. We never saw them again after that, though. I thought that they were spirits. But after a few months, I heard about the black-eyed children on YouTube, or something that made the connection. We moved shortly after that due to unrelated reasons. This was 3 or 4 years ago, and I had blissfully forgotten all about it until my mom said, "Hey, remember when?" And now I want to die. I hope that my irrational anxieties and fear around children that are small enough for me to punt across the soccer field is amusing at least. I was around 12 when I had gotten a babysitting job with a family across town. The family was new to the area and just recently bought the house next to my best friend's place. My first day over was to get familiar with the kids and the house. The parents stayed and evaluated me and of course answered any questions that I had. I spent my time playing and keeping the children occupied. It was a boy named Devin, age 4, and a girl named Cameron, age 7, so I had my work cut out for me. Cameron wanted me to go to her room so she could show me her toys. I followed her up the 2 flights of stairs, but as we came to the top of the stairs, I felt strangely lightheaded, and the hair on my arms rose up. I had an intense feeling of being watched, like there was someone else up there with us. I tried to ignore the sensation and continue with my duties of finding Cameron's favorite doll so that we could go back downstairs. At the end of the day, it was decided that I was a good match, and I was to come back on Saturday morning. As I headed home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I got from that upstairs. I told myself, it's nothing, and I brushed it off to just being in a new place and unfamiliar surroundings. That Saturday morning, I showed up to a busy home as the parents tried to get out the door and show me the last-minute things that I needed for the day ahead. The kids were up in their PJs eating breakfast and already talking to me about all the fun things they wanted to do. After the parents left, I ushered the kids off to get changed. As I was cleaning up the breakfast dishes, I heard a loud bang come from the dining room. I ran back into the room and found one of the false ceiling tiles had fallen from its place. Puzzled, I tried to put it back, but it was not an easy task. After some struggling, I managed to fit it back in, and thought to myself, how could that have fallen out on its own? The day went on, and now it's close to lunchtime. The kids are watching TV, and I'm in the kitchen making something for lunch when I heard another loud bang coming from the dining area again. I look, and sure enough, the same tile was on the floor. This time, I left it for the parents to see when they got home. Maybe they can fix it, I thought. Now the kids wanted to play hide and seek. We started off with Cameron seeking, and myself and Devin hiding. As Cameron started to count, we scurried around trying to find the best hiding place. I found the downstairs bathroom to be the best place for me. It was easy enough for Cameron to find me, and I hid Devin close to me so that I could keep an eye on him. As I entered the bathroom, I closed the door quietly behind me. I walked a few steps into the room and was now facing the mirror. As I was looking at my reflection, I also noticed something behind me that was moving. It was the closet door directly behind me, slowly opening. The closet door opened halfway and then slowly closed again, all by itself. I had the same feeling come over me like I did when I was upstairs on my first day. Wide-eyed with fear, I turned to the bathroom door and ran out. All I could think was, what just happened? I was really starting to worry that this house was haunted, and I now had every horror movie that I had ever watched playing through my head. Now I'm finding that I'm really uncomfortable, but I decide it's best to keep occupied. I break out a board game for us to play on the living room floor. Hungry Hippo, I think it was. We were playing for around 20 minutes before I noticed something again out of the corner of my eye, moving. I turned my head to see what it was. A child's shoe was tumbling across the floor all by itself. The kids stopped and watched in confusion. I was in disbelief. Cameron let out a scream, and she ran for the door. I grabbed up Devin and followed. We went to my friend's house next door and told her mom everything. I'm not sure if she believed me, but we stayed over there until the parents got home. When they showed up, we told them what we saw. I don't think they believed me either. I showed the panel that fell out. Apparently it's been an issue since they moved in, and as for the rest of my accounts, they chalked it up to an overly active imagination. I know what I saw and what I felt. I wasn't imagining anything. I later found out a bit of history on the house. Apparently, a man died in the house after a heart attack upstairs in a room above the dining room where the paneling kept falling out. I think that his spirit is still in that house, and that maybe he was just trying to play with us. I grew up not far from Manteno State Hospital. It's an abandoned insane asylum in the far south Chicago suburbs. My dad would sometimes drive my family down there, and we'd circle around the property by car just for fun. When I turned 16, he bought me my own little beater car, and of course, I had to show this awesome place to my friends. By the time I was old enough to go exploring, many of the original buildings had been renovated and repurposed as businesses. Half of the property was converted into a local VA hospital, and a quarter of it was torn down and replaced with new housing. Only a handful of the original buildings remained, all clustered in the back corner of the campus. One summer day, I took friends A, B, and C to go check it out. We brought our cameras and went with the intent to go inside and explore it. We parked in a lot where other people parked to go to work in one of the other buildings to avoid suspicion, and walked about a quarter mile to the abandoned hall. As we walked up to this creepy old building, I felt sick to my stomach and full of dread. The main doors were chained shut, and most of the windows were boarded up. I remembered walking on the porchway and choosing my steps carefully because the windows were busted out and there was glass everywhere. The four of us finally came upon a window that was accessible enough to climb into. Realizing that this was actually going to happen, I had a panic attack and couldn't go through with it. I was trembling and didn't want to be the scaredy cat, but I really couldn't do it. In fact, in just recounting that, I'm still scared. And this happened about 16 years ago already. Anyway, I handed my camera to friend A and told him to take the pictures. I was petrified and felt like I might puke at any given moment. Friend B and I walked back to the car in silence. I had a cigarette in the car while we waited for friends A and C to come back. My nerves calmed quickly enough. Friend B confessed that she was scared too, and was glad that I said something so that she didn't have to go in. Soon enough, our other two friends came running back at the car, full speed. We heard their footsteps pounding on the asphalt, and quickly unlocked the doors. I started the car up, and we were off in an instant. I assumed that the cops had arrived, so I sped off the campus and into town, hoping to blend into normal traffic. I asked them what had happened, and if the cops were called, and they said no. Both friends who had gone into the building said that they heard voices. Both of them said that they saw a hand curl around the frame of a big metal corridor door, and heard it slam shut with an impressive echo. Both of them testified that they heard someone crying, saying, "Where am I?" At some point, they got too frightened to continue and just decided to bolt. I was really spooked. Friend A, who had taken my camera, was eerily quiet. Friend C showed me that he had found a newspaper from 1979 on the floor, and he had taken it as a souvenir. I, being the more suspicious type, demanded that he get rid of it. I didn't want any potentially haunted objects in my car. So he tossed it out the window without too much coercing. It took us about 45 minutes to drive home, and since we were kinda shook, we decided to go to Denny's and rehash the experience. During the ride back, friend A fell asleep. This didn't concern me much at the time, but became an important factor to remember later on. We got to Denny's, and friends B and C went in ahead. I woke up friend A and asked him what happened. Why did they run? He said, "We saw someone sitting at the end of a hallway, cross-legged, on the floor. It was a man and he was crying, kind of rocking back and forth." He also explained that he believes it was the entity who used his energy to manifest, and that was why he was feeling so drained and passed out so hard on the way back. We had a late dinner and I drove everyone home afterwards. After I dropped off my last friend and was going back to my house, I distinctly felt someone pressing their knees into the back of the driver's seat. It's a familiar feeling, especially if you take the bus in high school. Lots of people prop their knees up on the seat and the feeling is unmistakable. I yelped and sat up straight so that my back wasn't touching my chair and drove home faster. The very next day, I picked up my cousin to go see a movie together. She blurted out to me that she thought she had seen someone in my back seat. I was immediately horrified, as I hadn't confided in her the events from the night before. I asked her which seat, and she said, of course, behind the driver's seat. That night I had a dream about a man. He was Caucasian, mid-30s, brown hair, and partially bald. He had brown eyes. He was wearing a white cotton vest, which I found odd. I instinctively knew it was the ghost that my friends had seen in the hospital. In the dream, he was guiding me through a series of booby traps. He was holding me by the elbow and walking with me. He seemed sweet and harmless. I thought maybe he's a guardian or something. These dreams continued for about a week straight. Friends who didn't know about our trip to the asylum started to have experiences in my car. One friend heard and felt someone whisper in her ear. Another had her elbow grabbed by someone in the back seat. I felt the knees in my back on many occasions. In fact, I started to anticipate it and often drove without my back touching the seat at all. One time I felt like someone was shaking my seat while I was driving. Like hands on either side of the chair and just violently shaking it. When the experiences and the dreams didn't stop, I grew afraid. I didn't feel like he was a guardian anymore. Finally, after about a week and a half of this, I sat down with friend A again. I asked him, "Do you remember what he looked like?" He said, "All I could see was that he was balding and he was wearing a white vest. I don't know how, but I think his name was David." I told my parents about what happened after that. They suggested that I tell David that he wasn't allowed to follow me anymore, to tell him to go to the light or whatever. At this point, I was ready to do anything because I was on edge and spooked all the time. I prayed every time I came into the house that he wouldn't follow me in. I was afraid to go out with my friends. I was afraid to go to sleep sometimes. So, 2 weeks after our initial venture into the asylum, I went back with friend A. We went during the daytime and idled in front of the building. I said aloud, "You don't belong here with me. You need to go home," or something along those lines. I prayed a lot. I didn't want him anymore. I felt bad, but I needed him to stay there. We parked and just kind of sat there quietly for a while. I think friend A and I were just saying goodbye, severing ties, I don't know, but it felt sad. While we were parked, I did hear doors slamming inside the building. At one point, I heard someone laughing as well. I envisioned him leaving me in my car. I told him that he could never follow me again, that he needed to go, and to move on. We left the hospital that day and didn't go back for many years. I never dreamt of him again. I've never told anyone the full story for 2 reasons. 1 being that it sounds totally ridiculous, and 2, because I'm afraid, and that thinking about him too much will send some sort of psychic beacon out to attract him or other spirits back to me, when that's totally the opposite of what I want. When I was like 13, my mom and her boyfriend had to go to the hospital, and no one would be able to get my brother to the bus stop the next morning because they had to stay overnight. So, I got to miss school the next day to take my brother. After I made sure my brother got on the bus, I went home and cleaned and did random stuff like a 13-year-old would do. It was around 11:45 when there was a knock on my door. Thinking it was the mailman or a neighbor or something, I opened the door and said hello. There was this kid. He couldn't have been much older than me at the time, but he had bangs that were covering his eyes, which I found weird because it was like 107 degrees out. So this kid was super still. Like, I thought that one of my friends put a mannequin there and ran away or something. But then it spoke. It sounded like a robot or something. It was like it was programmed to say this. My mother said to ask someone for a phone in fear that I get lost. Do you have a phone? At this point, I was crapping my pants because 1, I'm a 13-year-old girl, and this older boy was dressed like a burglar and at my door with half his face covered. 2, for some reason, I just couldn't look away. I felt like if I moved or said anything other than yes, that I would explode. And 3, I saw 2 other boys around the same age standing in my driveway dressed exactly the same way as the one in front of me. Baggy jeans, dark hoodie, and scruffed up Vans. I began to stutter and shake my head. It was the only thing I could do. I finally got out a no and then started to close my door, but he put his foot in the way. Then the 2 others started walking up, and I was going, hell no. I grabbed the bat by the door and threatened him. If you don't leave right now, I'll kick your ass and then call the cops. I shouted loud enough so that at least one of my neighbors could hear, I hoped. Now, I was this short girl with SpongeBob pajama pants on. I was in no way intimidating. Then he moved his foot and stepped back into the middle of the other 2 perfectly. Then the far right one said in the exact same tone of voice as the first, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll just come again later and ask. Internally, I was planning my funeral. Just as I was about to close the door, the first one smiled and looked up. And that was when I saw that they had black eyes. Then the other 2 looked up, and they were the same. I was like, nope, and slammed the door shut, then called my neighbor, who was this big-ass 20-something-year-old dude. He ran over and looked for them all around my house, but he said they were gone. When I told my mom all of this, she didn't believe me and said I was lying. Said me, the girl with absolutely no social life, who was afraid of her own shadow, was lying. So my boyfriend recently moved to the city and got this room in this student building. To explain, we have 3 different levels, and each level is the same. It has 4 individual doors with individual locks. Each door is a separate room that you can rent. So you share shower, toilet, kitchen, but overall it's kind of like having your own place. More like an apartment than a house. He lives on the 3rd floor, and we recently bought a cabinet for his place. So as we were lifting the cabinet through the front door, the guy also comes into the building with us. We politely let him pass because lifting the thing upstairs is going to take a lot of time. I smile at him and say hello, and then see his face. Legit, then, all my stranger danger alarms start going off. He had this weird smile, like a satisfied, smug kind of grin. He towered over me, and I saw his dirty mustache that barely even was a mustache. That kind of thing 14-year-olds grow. Nothing really is there yet, just here and there are some hairs. Also, his hair looked greasy, and he just looked dirty. I noticed he went to the 2nd floor, lucky for us. Once we get to the stairs, we both agree that he creeped us out, but we try not to judge and just let it go. Like a week or so later, we have a dog over. We go and walk him in the evening, and it was still light outside at this time. As we start to walk back to the building, we spot the creepy guy, and have to pass him because of the way he was walking. It was like he was moving in slow motion, not a care in the world, and again, with that satisfied, smug grin on his face. But that's not what creeped us out. Looking at his face, we realized that there was no way he was sober. He looked so out of this world, very noticeably on drugs. In that moment, the way he walked and the way he looked, I just got really wrong vibes from him. I did not want to be close to him at all, and again my stranger danger alarms were going off. This happened near the city center. My boyfriend and I decide not to walk back with him to the building, so we take another route just to avoid him. And we take our time to make sure that he's in his room before we enter the building. This is the creepiest part. I'll have to give you some background information. 3 weeks before our first encounter with this guy, someone randomly got murdered while he was jogging near the school campus. Stabbed. Died instantly. The suspect had been seen at the time near the campus, and so a drawing of said suspect had been released. But they didn't have him, and didn't really have anything else to work with. Now, just today, my boyfriend and I got back from his work at like 4 in the afternoon, when we noticed someone in a suit standing outside. Didn't really think much of it. Later that night, the guy who lives next door catches me as I just got back from the bathroom, and asks me if we already have a key to the front door. I say, yeah, we do. Why? He said that the police had to break the door down, so he was in charge of getting everyone new keys. My boyfriend at this time joins us with the person who lives on the other side of us. I ask what happened. Apparently, the guy who killed the person near the campus lived on the 2nd floor. Legit, my hairs start standing up straight when I hear those words. I ask if he could have been seen, or how he looked. He told me he was tall, black hair with a weird mustache, and looks kind of dirty. It was the very same creepy dude. My boyfriend and I are still in utter shock that we lived so close to this murderer, someone who had walked around near the city center and cooked his dinner in the shared kitchen while he took someone's life. Someone that I had smiled to, said hello, and tried to avoid. So creepy murderer living in the same building? Let's not meet again. When I was around 12 years old, my family and I moved into a semi-detached house just up the street from our previous home. The house wasn't very big, and the floor plans for our part of the house were completely different from our neighbors. Our neighbors were a lovely little family of 4. Husband is from England, wife from Norway, which is where I live. They also had a 3-year-old little girl and a 6-month-old baby boy. Now, I love children, always have, and at that time, I really wanted to start babysitting. It's quite common to start babysitting at age 12, and I was turning 13 a month later anyway, so I wanted to find some small job. As we got to know our neighbors over the next few months of living there, my parents told the neighbors that if they ever needed a sitter, then it would be nice if they would consider trying me out. Seeing as it would be my first job as a babysitter, we thought it would be smart to start with my next-door neighbors, seeing as my parents would literally be on the other side of the wall just in case anything happened. Cut to a Friday night when my neighbors went to a party that was happening just down the street. I got there at around 8 p.m., and the parents told me that they would come home at around 2 to 3 a.m. Both kids were already sleeping, so they told me to just put on a movie and relax. These kids were the easiest to babysit ever. Once you put them to bed and they fell asleep, absolutely nothing would wake them up. They are some of the heaviest sleepers I've ever seen, so babysitting them was usually pretty uneventful. I was on the couch watching Avatar in the living room on the 2nd floor. The kids had their own separate bedrooms that were just downstairs where the front door was. I could basically see their bedrooms from where I was sitting, as the place was quite small. Because of the hallway, I couldn't see the front door. Again, this house was very small, so as long as the TV wasn't on too loud, then I could hear everything that happened downstairs. At around midnight, I heard the front door unlock, and my neighbors walked in while talking. I heard them close the door, and I heard them start taking off their jackets and their shoes. I thought it was a bit weird that they hadn't called to let me know that they were coming home early, but I just assumed that it must have slipped their minds, so I went downstairs to greet them. I could hear them talking up until the point that I came around the corner to the hallway that led to the door. There was no one there. The talking fell silent the second that I turned the corner. The only sound was from the TV upstairs. My heart started beating so fast and my head was rushing. I ran to the bedrooms and checked the kids before I searched the rest of the house. I opened every door, checked every cabinet for anything that would explain what had just happened, but there was nothing there. The kids were still sound asleep. Eventually, I convinced myself that I was just imagining things. I checked the kids one last time and made certain that the doors were wide open so that I could see them from upstairs. I sat down to finish the movie whilst trying to process what had just taken place. But when I sat down, I noticed that the TV had been shut off, even though I had left it on. When I turned it back on, there was just snow on the screen. I couldn't for the life of me get it to work again. That's when the talking downstairs started up all over. Not only that, but the baby started screaming bloody murder. This baby never woke up from naps, and definitely wouldn't ever scream the way that it did that night. I have never in my life run down a staircase as fast as I did then. I rushed toward the baby's bedroom, only to find the door closed. I ripped it open, picked the baby up, and rushed to pick up his sister. I took them both upstairs and held those kids for almost 3 hours before the parents came back home. The talking and sounds downstairs came and went as I had the kids with me on the couch. I held them as close to me as I could and tried my best to help them stay asleep. As the parents came home, I was too scared to walk downstairs to greet them. I couldn't be sure if it was even actually them or not until they walked up the stairs where they found me clutching their children. Obviously, they noticed that I was upset and asked me what had happened. I honestly felt like I had lost my mind at that point, but I told them the story anyway. After I was finished, they told me that it wasn't the first time anything like that had happened there. Apparently, they heard voices all the time at night. I was kind of mortified that they didn't think to warn me before, but they said that they were sorry that this had happened to me, and the mom walked me home to my house. I slept with the lights on for almost a month after that. Believe it or not, I did go back and babysit those kids again. I live in Massachusetts, and there's a location out here called Belchertown State School for the Feeble-Minded. Check it out on Wikipedia and Google some pictures. It's pretty neat stuff. Well, it has a very dark history with ill treatment of patients, including children, and reported suicides. Closed in 1992, it was mostly demolished in late 2016 into 2017, but before that, I spent about a year going there on a weekly basis, usually Fridays. I began with a few friends, and then over time, I would go there alone. I spent a lot of time on those grounds to the point where I knew every part of it, inside and out. I even became something of a local legend because I wore a mask when exploring, and if I ran into other groups, they would recognize me from stories. There's a few selfies out there of me with some folks, too. People like taking pictures. Never saw any of those selfies, though, sadly. But there were many nights when I had the whole grounds to myself. Paranormal activity was rampant, and I have some crazy stories. The most obvious and frequent one was the noises. Now, mind you, the whole of the complex was in disrepair. Not only that, but wild animals would sometimes move in and out of the location, so there were a lot of unidentified noises that I could likely attribute to animals. I'm a firm believer in the paranormal, but I do try to approach all things as a skeptic before jumping to potential conclusions. A few things I absolutely could not explain. One was the X door. There was one door in the hospital, on the 3rd floor, right wing, second door into the floor, on the left. It was beside what once was a bathroom. This door led to a hall containing several empty rooms, and I could not determine what these rooms might have been. They didn't look like cells, more like office or storage spaces. I'm a pretty stocky 6-foot dude, and I had to lean into this door. I call it the X door because it was the only door in the whole facility marked with a spray-painted orange X on it. Imaginative name, I know. This door was a highlight for my personal trips as well as when I went with groups. Because we would close the door, walk away, and later come back to find it open. It's possible that some animal managed to open it, as unlikely as that is. What was more unlikely were the times we left it open, and when we came back about 10 minutes later, it was closed. I tried when alone to sit and watch the door, but nothing happened. I tried to replicate potential causes, but there was zero airflow in this wing due to heavy doors on all the other sides, and honestly, if an animal did get in, it could not have been bigger than a rat due to there being so little open space to move in this particular segment. I could never explain the X door, but it's always a good stun when I bring a group back up to that floor and we would find the door had shifted. Another experience was one time when I was bringing 2 of my friends out there. It was their first trip to the grounds. We made it in past the fence and to the outside of the asylum. They didn't want to go in, already getting spooked. I encouraged them to try it. It had some cool stuff to see after all. Then we all 3 at the same time heard what sounded like screaming, laughter, and talking all at once. I heard more laughter, but my friends said that the screaming was most prominent. Now it could have been another group inside the hospital building, but here's the thing. I have been on the grounds when another group is talking or laughing or screaming inside. You can pinpoint exactly where it goes down. There was lots of broken windows and open walls, so it was pretty damn easy to lock down any sound and where it was coming from. But this sound came from the building. That's the only way I can explain it. Like the whole building at once just let loose a scream of trapped noises. I'm a gutsy bloke, but I got chills. We left after that to the begging of my friends to flee the grounds. I wish I could have stayed that night. The activity was just getting started, I feel. I would go there weekly and spend about a half hour in several key rooms. The padded room, the silent room, the X room, the auditorium, and gym. There were lots of great sounds and some truly disturbing sensations. So for some backstory, my mother has breast cancer, and before our town got a cancer treatment center at the hospital, my mother would have to travel to a city 4 hours away to get treatment. At times, this would be 3 days. She would leave, get treated, and then come back on the 3rd day. At this time, my brother was in his early teens and was going through that rebellious stage of his life. So guess who gets called to look after him when my mother does her treatments? Day 1. My mother leaves early, about 6 in the morning, and tells me that she would send me a text message once she gets to her hotel. I came around yesterday so that my mother could leave early and told her to have a safe trip. Eventually, my brother wakes up to get ready for school. This is on a Friday. I give him his lunch, and he's off. I spend my day just sitting around my mother's house, giving her cat some attention, giving the dog some food, watching TV. The basics, really. Sure enough, my brother returns back from school and we do the typical brother things. Night comes, he goes to bed, and I stay up for a little while watching TV. About 10, I turn it off and make my way to the spare room where I was staying while Mom was away. I get underneath the blanket and close my eyes. As I could feel myself on the verge of sleep, I hear it. Thud, 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 thud. It was the sound of footsteps, as though someone was quickly moving back and forth through the living room. My eyes shot open, and my thoughts quickly went to burglar. Someone was in my mother's house, moving around, trying to find something to steal. But as I listen, I noticed something else. I would hear it, then a pause, and then again, like someone was running back and forth, only stopping for a moment just to do it all over. The sound was too light for a grown person, but sounded more like that of a child. I sighed, believing this to be my brother. My mom had told me before she left about how my brother would sneak out of his room to grab his phone or Game Boy and play it when he was meant to be sleeping. Thinking this was the case, I get out of bed and make my way into the living room. As I did, the noise stopped. I continued on up to my brother's room. I opened the door and peeked in. He looked like he was sleeping, but looks can be deceiving. I returned to the living room and I decided to pretend to have fallen asleep on the couch so that I could catch my brother in action. Somehow I actually did fall asleep. I awoke to something brushing my nose. Turns out it was the dog. I look around to see the slightest of light coming in the windows. If I had to guess, it was maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. Tired, I get up and make my way back to bed. Once again, as I felt myself about to drift off, the noises started up again. In my tired state, I just concluded that it must be possums in the roof, and went back to sleep. Day 2. It was Saturday, so I let my brother sleep in. The lazy butthole didn't get up until 11. It went well. We hung out, had lunch, played some games, nothing really major. Well, not until that night. Once again, I stayed up while my brother went to bed, and again, around 10, I turned the TV off and went to go to sleep. Sure enough, just as I was about to drift off, thud, 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 thud. Those darn possums, I moaned to myself. Then I heard a little girl giggle. My eyes shot open after hearing that, and the running resumed. I sat up, hearing the playful running back and forth in the living room. I just sat there trying to figure out where this little girl's giggle had come from. It sounded like a 7 or a 10-year-old. I turned to the window, seeing the next-door neighbor's light still on. I began to think that the noise I was hearing was coming from them, that maybe they had a little girl over and she was just being a pest. It was a good possibility, except for one thing. The couple who lived there were old and didn't have any grandkids. I heard that giggle again, much clearer now, like it was just in the living room, which was just outside my door. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. Day 3. That morning I was uneasy, but was glad that my mother was returning. About 1 p.m. she got back home, and I began to pack up to return home myself. But the events of the past 2 nights still stuck with me as I returned back to her. Getting the courage, I asked her if she had ever heard a little girl in that house. "Oh, her?" my mother states. "Yeah, she's quite a mischievous one, isn't she?" I just smiled and left. I spent other nights there looking after my brother, but never heard from her again, and when my mother moved to another house with another ghost, I felt like she traded one for another. But that's a different story. My mother and 2 older brothers would visit my auntie and 3 cousins around Christmas. The whole family would get together too, uncles, aunties, you name it. Anyway, they lived up near Inverness, in Scotland, in a place called the Black Isle. It's actually in a place called Cromarty, but Inverness is more well known, so I'll say that. The Black Isle was said to be used back in the day as a place where witches would meet up on Halloween and perform rituals, animal sacrifices, that kind of thing. Whether or not that's true is something else entirely. I'll get on to the story now. We all rented out a holiday home just down the road from my cousin's house. It had multiple bedrooms in it, so it was perfect for a lot of guests. Me and one of my older brothers and his friend from Africa were all staying in one room. They were fast asleep. I, however, was not. I woke suddenly and didn't know why. I scanned the room with my bleary eyes. It was very dark, and I couldn't hear anything but the snores from my brother and his friend. The door to the room slowly opened with a creak, and I swear I froze with fear. I didn't see anything enter through it, but as I tried to scan my eyes around the room, I started to see shadow-like figures pulsating and hovering around the two adjacent beds, over my brother and his friend. There must have been at least 3 or 4 of these figures. The third one stood over my bed. Although this apparition didn't have any human-like features except maybe the shape of something human, I could still feel that it was staring right at me. I decided then the only course of action was to turn over and face the wall and go to sleep. The morning after, I described my experience to a few of my family members, and they joked that it might be the witches that performed those rituals in the past, and in general just didn't believe me. Except one person, my brother's girlfriend. She told me she had experienced something as well. She was only sleeping next door, and she said that she felt like someone had sat down on the end of her bed in the night, and said that she could feel the weight of someone on her legs, but nothing was there. Very frightened by this, I decided to read the guest book to see if anyone else had reported anything unusual, but nothing of the sort could be found. I'll never forget what I saw that night, and if you're ever up near the Black Isle or stay in the same holiday home I did, just be aware of strange figures entering your room at night. The scariest thing that ever happened to me came from the person closest to me. My ex-husband and I were both only 19 when we married. When we first met, everything was glorious. I moved in with him and his family because me and mine were having a lot of trouble at the time, and for the first year, all was golden. Then one day, his stepdad went missing. The police found his body almost a week later, murdered. The tragedy tore through the 3 of them, Nikki, his mother, and sister, with an intensity similar to a massive hurricane. If Nikki's biological father had been present, that might have been one thing, but that piece of human excrement was not just absent, but only made the occasional appearance to steal one of the kids' social security checks from the mail on arrival, and that was usually when he knew no one would be home. When Fiona married Dave, he had become their father, the only father they ever really had. He was their true family. After the homicide, Nikki's whole personality shifted toward darkness. He would rant and rave like a man possessed, and become violent if I didn't do everything he told me to do, no matter what it was. To this day, I have scars from a physical altercation with his sister on being commanded to attack her and having no choice but to do so, for example. The scars make me who I am now, a survivor, but I wouldn't wish what I went through on anyone. Being terrified for your life every single day and never knowing if any given moment could lead to your last is exhausting and traumatizing to say the least. One day we got into it so badly that I told him I wanted to divorce. He kicked me out of my own car at my parents' house and tore out of the driveway, spraying gravel everywhere and leaving puffs of dust floating up toward the sky. I was utterly distraught by the entire situation at that point, completely at my wit's end. Yet for some reason I still loved him, still wanted to make things work out, and for us to be together. So when he called and begged for the chance just to talk things over, of course I agreed, and went outside to anxiously await his return to pick me up. I expected him to have calmed down by the time he arrived. At least, that was what his tone had suggested over the phone. But when I got in the car, the whole vibe felt off, chaotic. The tension was almost physically too much to handle. We rode in silence for about 5 minutes before he shot me a quick glare and then returned his attention to the road. His dark eyes drilled right through me, their anger giving off a certain glint like that of coal. "You know you're my wife, right?" he asked in a syrupy, sickly sweet voice. "That means you belong to me." I didn't really know how to respond, so I said nothing. My mind turned 1,000 miles an hour, deciphering what he was telling me, though. His level of possessiveness over me had steadily increased in the past 6 months or so after Dave's death, as if he were terrified of me disappearing along with the glue that had held together his tiny little broken family. My subconscious screamed at me that the whole thing had been a ruse, a trick to lure me back into the car. I looked down at my hands in my lap, wringing them together until my knuckles turned red. "I thought you wanted to fix things," I said. He smirked, and my gut went cold. My worst fears confirmed in that twisted, psychotic expression of his. "What do you think this is?" he replied. "It feels like a trick," I told him. He pursed his lips together, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. His shoulders tensed, and his expression grew more malvoyant than ever. "That's because it was a trick," he murmured. "If I can't have you, no one can." Until the moment he said those words aloud, I always thought of that expression as one of those you only ever hear or read in fiction. It never occurred to me that there was a reason that it existed. Someone, or many others most likely, who had heard the phrase and felt the sheer horror that accompanied its implication. In the course of our relationship, I endured punches, kicks, 2 totaled cars, and multiple death threats. A couple of weeks after this incident, I finally managed to get away from him for good. I stayed the night at a friend's house after getting what little things I needed. She lived not far from his grandparents, but I didn't really think anything of it because the neighborhood is one of those upscale, quiet, safe kind of suburbs. We partied most of the night. She went upstairs to sleep around 1 and left me on the couch in the living room watching TV, willing myself to pass out. About an hour later, around 2 a.m., I felt like someone was watching me. I looked over at the sliding doors to my left that led out into the backyard, and there he was. He was standing outside, in the dark, in the rain, watching me and crying with his fists clenched. I felt my eyes grow wide, and I sank slowly down into the leather cushions as if they could make me disappear from sight. I don't know how much longer he was there. When I looked again, he was gone. The next day, my mom came to get me, because he wrecked my car, so I no longer had a ride. He was standing at the corner staring at her as she drove past. We had to get a police escort to take us straight to the station to get a restraining order. I spent the next year getting the divorce straightened out and getting the rest of my belongings that he was trying to hold hostage, like my birth certificate, diploma, and social security card. I spent the next 6 years, even after entering into a wonderful and truly loving relationship, in fear that he would come for me. Even now, 8 years later, sometimes he will still try to contact me through other people or fake accounts on social media. Sometimes the most unsuspecting person is the one you have to worry about. Sometimes all it takes is one tragedy to twist a person completely inside and turn them into a monster on the outside. This happened about 2 weeks ago while my brother and his wife were at a party. My own wife and I get called to babysit my nephews and nieces for these sorts of moments by all of my siblings. In this instance, when we were asked to babysit my 5-year-old nephew, his 3-year-old sister, and his 6-month-old brother, we happily obliged. They live in a newish 10-year-old house, and the only significant location near it is an important cultural site for the local Cree peoples about 10 kilometers away. The hard work was done for us, as the 5- and 3-year-old were asleep upstairs before we arrived. The baby was not fussy but would not sleep, so we were hanging out with him on the main floor. As the night dragged on, around 10:30 I heard a baby crying upstairs. Thinking the 3-year-old must have woken, I left the happy baby with my wife and went to check on our niece. My wife heard the crying as well and asked me to go check. on my way up the flights of stairs, I definitely heard crying from that floor, and I pushed my head into the kids' room to listen. The crying was still going on, but both kids were sound asleep. The sound was coming from across the hall, the nursery, so being quite confused, I moved toward that room. The crying ceased about midway between the door and the crib. Seeing the room was empty, I immediately began trying to explain it to myself. I picked up the baby monitor unit in the room to make sure that it wasn't picking up an errant signal from another house. It was not on, and didn't have a speaker anyways. There were no toys that made that noise around, and no TVs or devices that might play those noises in the room. I stuck around to listen a while longer, but nothing came of it. My wife was baffled and a little spooked, as she had clearly heard the crying as well. Nothing happened the rest of that night, and my nephew is still just the same wonderful kid that he has always been, so I guess no harm, no foul, spooky ghost. My brother and his wife went white when I told them about it at Christmas, but to my knowledge, it is the only thing like that that has ever happened in their house. His house has no history and had also been smudged, so no advice is necessary from anyone. I just thought y'all might appreciate a wholesome, unexplained experience. Just for backstory, I'm an 18-year-old college student, but I live at home with my mom and my younger sisters, who live at my dad's half of the time, because my university is in my city. We also have our dog Kiefer and our cat Boots. My cat, Princess, died of a severe fungal infection about a month ago, and I feel like some of this might be tied to her passing. A little over 2 weeks ago, I hung out with my friend Z for the first time since the COVID situation, due to the fact that we went to the same university, and once it had shut down, he moved about an hour or so south of my city to live with his girlfriend since he couldn't live in the dorms. Z and his girlfriend picked me up and took me to their apartment, talking about how they've been to an abandoned asylum a few times over the past couple months. They lived with his girlfriend's older brother, who has issues of his own, both drug-related and just general anger issues. A notable moment that they mentioned to me as they were taking me to their apartment was that one of the times the three of them went there together, her brother acted very strangely. He sat in one of the chairs that was left behind, his eyes rolled back into his head, and he was knocking glass out with his elbows and getting deep cuts, but didn't seem fazed. His anger also apparently peaked, and he was threatening to cut Z and his girlfriend if they didn't leave. As they left, they saw shadows moving everywhere, and her brother was talking to himself. Over the passing days, her brother would talk about demons and would yell about wanting to go back there. He broke into the room Z and his girlfriend slept in when it was locked. He was dragging a knife along the walls, growling, and would scream about these demons. When Z was telling me this, I could tell he was being serious. He looked scared to even tell the story. When they went back, her brother was screaming and sat back in the chair and muttered to himself, and after that everything went back to normal. He stopped talking about the demons, they stopped seeing shadow people, and the bizarre behavior ceased. This could have been tied to the drugs that he was on, but they felt the need to say this because they were also seeing shadows, and they were not high. When we got to their apartment, there were other friends of theirs, as well as her brother, inside. I didn't recognize any of them, so I sat and made small talk with all of them, and the atmosphere was generally calm aside from the blasting rock music and a couple of guys playing GTA V on high volume. A little while after I get there and we're all talking, one of the boys asked when we were going to the asylum. Her brother, who I guess we'll call M from now on, said that we were leaving around 11 p.m. since it was an hour-long drive to get there. We had a few hours of time to kill, so someone came and brought us McDonald's, and we talked and stuff until we had to leave in 2 cars due to us having a group of 9 people total. Z drove the car that I was in, and his girlfriend C drove in the car ahead of us. The atmosphere got tense quickly, because only about 10 minutes into our drive on the highway, C almost got into an accident. We watched her speed up to pass a semi, and she had hit a bunch of cones, and we couldn't find her car, which had a total of 5 people in it, for about 20 minutes, which was strange, because there were hardly any cars on the road at this time of night, and the car was easy to identify from the back lights alone. Eventually, we park across the street from this large field where the asylum would be. C told us that the near miss was because of the semi. It was either speeding up or slowing down really quick, so she sped up. She was in an anxious mood after that. We walked through this large field for 10 minutes, with Z explaining that there are multiple buildings, but one of them got demolished and a couple of others had asbestos, so there were only a couple that were safe to go in. He told us it was closed down in 2003 because the patients were being mistreated or something like that. I don't remember everything that happened because my adrenaline was insane that night. We get to a building that almost looks like the outside was for transport vehicles. C refused to go in because she was anxious, so she stayed outside with Z. It ended up being me and a group of people that I didn't really know just exploring this building. The graffiti eased my anxiety a bit, but it was still eerie as we went through. Water was everywhere from leaks. There was broken glass all over the place. Computers were broken. We found clothes in old lockers, and we even found a pile of what looked like animal bones. I was partially scared because of the atmosphere, but also because I've heard of the things that M did there. After about 30 minutes or so, we left, and C and Z were not there. We had called their phones, screamed their names, looked all around this huge field, and we couldn't find them. About 15 minutes into our search, we heard the most terrifying shriek. I can't even properly describe it because it was something that I have never heard before in my life. It sounded like whoever screamed must have been in pain. It was loud and it echoed, and we all just ran, trying to figure out who it came from. We were scared that it had come from C. At this point, it's past 1 a.m. We're terrified. They're still not answering their phones, and we were terrified that we were about to have to call 911. Then we heard someone from our group say that they had found them. We ran, and they looked confused. We were all trying to explain that we were yelling for them and calling them, but they didn't hear us, and their phones didn't ring. We also told them about the scream, but they didn't hear that either. They told us that they were just in another building, and were looking for us, too. I spent the car ride on the way back to the apartment trying to explain the scream to him, because he was acting like he thought we were just joking. I think he believes now, though, because now it was just us talking about it, not a bunch of people at once. The next day I'm back at my own home, and things are pretty well back to normal. The only bruise that I had was from Z's teething puppy. Over the next few days, more and more bruises were appearing everywhere on my body, the oddest one being in the shape of a V on my forearm. I have never had that happen before, especially because it was so large that it nearly wrapped around my arm, and it was a perfect V. The other bruises were just all over my legs and arms, and are still appearing to this day. Last week, as I was settling in to go to bed, I was cuddling Boots and watching TV when I heard what sounded like a cat screaming from upstairs. I was on the couch downstairs. It was around 1 a.m., and it scared me even more because Boots was next to me and also turned his head in the direction of the sound. Our dog is a Husky and German Shepherd mix, and couldn't make that noise either. The next day, I talked to my mom about it, and she told me that she hadn't heard a thing. A couple days later, my mom and I were in the living room with the cat and dog when we heard the stairs creak. They creak whenever someone is on them, but you can tell who is on them by how loud they are, if that makes sense. We looked in that direction because it sounded like a cat was coming down the stairs, but nothing was there. Boots was right next to me, and Kiefer was on the couch. My sisters weren't home either. My mom told me that I should take comfort in the fact that it's probably Princess trying to let us know she's here with us. But ever since I went to the asylum, I've been really freaked out. Disclaimer: I am completely aware that this story involves me being very stupid and careless. I'm not going to inject these acknowledgments into the story, but rest assured that in hindsight, I am aware of the foolishness that took place. Now, where to begin? The year was approximately 1998 or 1999. I was a young gay man in my early 20s, living in a medium-sized city in the Midwestern US. This was sort of an in-between transitional time for gay people, where in most populous areas we had enough respect to live openly, but there was still plenty of people who did not like us. It was well before the invention of smartphones, and the internet was still in the early stages of mass adoption. There were large communities online, but it was not yet at that point where most Americans were online. Online socialization consisted of chat rooms hosted by various services like AOL, Yahoo, or IRC servers, and message boards were still in use by large numbers of people. For gay men at the time, it was nothing short of revolutionary. Prior to the internet and to the broader cultural changes, gay men had been stuck looking for fun in secretive and/or shady places due to the inability to freely express ourselves. In the 90s, it was still somewhat risky, but the internet offered a way to talk freely and relatively anonymously without the risk of being outed or worse. For this reason, it really took off in the gay communities, and gay men were a very large part of the user bases for these social platforms. It was suddenly very easy and relatively safe to find dates, friends, or just sex, and it quickly became the norm for a lot of gay men. On the other hand, being such a new tool for most people for communication, we were sometimes blind to the risks. Being an attractive young man in my prime, I made liberal use of the online communities to find dates. That is to say, I had plenty of hookups. My city had a decent number of chat rooms and personal message boards, and I had mostly great experiences. I met the typical assortment of good guys, closet cases, and the weirdos that you would expect. I was an absolute quote-unquote hoe by most standards, but suffice to say that a cute gay guy at that time could generally have a lot more dates than your typical straight person. At some point during this time, I had some brief chat on a message board with a guy from my city. I forgot his screen name, it's been over 20 years, so let's call him Slim Guy 65. This back and forth had happened on a general thread in the gay section, not in private messages, so it was visible to anyone who chose to read that thread. Nothing had come of it, but a week later, I received an email from an unrecognized address. The email basically said, "Hey, I'm not gay and I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. I'm here because my friend met this guy, Slim Guy 65, from the message board, and the guy really hurt him. I don't want to see this happen to anyone else. My friend tried to tell the police, but they wouldn't do anything. I see you're talking to Slim Guy 65, so just be careful and stay away from him." Okay, I thought, that's strange. What does this person mean by really hurt him? Was his heart broken? Did he get beaten up or verbally abused, or what? I responded to the email, asking for clarification on what exactly had happened. I never received a response. I was slightly weirded out by it, but on the other hand, it's an anonymous email from someone who doesn't respond and is vague about their warning. This could be anything. It could be some disgruntled ex trying to mess with the guy. It could be a real warning about some gay bashing. It could be someone trolling who doesn't have anything to do with anyone. I kept it in the back of my mind, but pretty much shrugged it off. Several weeks later, I had a weekday off of work and decided to take to the internet, as was my custom. Lo and behold, I had an email response to a personal ad. It was Slim Guy 65. He was offering to meet at his place to hang out and just have a good time. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I won't go into the details, as I recall there weren't really many details discussed other than small talk and intros that we had done previously. Nothing about this guy was really sounding interesting to me, but I had no other offers on this day, so I decided why not. I'll go see what this dude is about. As I typed my reply, I suddenly remembered the strange email that I had received warning me about this person. I went back and reread it. Still vague, still presenting more questions than answers. Should I take this anonymous warning at face value and just ignore SG65? I decided to go check him out anyway. His address was on a rather busy street in the middle of a dense residential area, not some shack out in the woods, and I can handle myself. If he's weird, I can just nope out of there. Before long, I arrived at the house at the agreed time. It was a duplex-style home, with one apartment on the ground floor and one on the second floor, part of a row of several identical duplexes. It was the middle of the afternoon, there was plenty of traffic on the street, and the occasional person out on their porch or their backyard. I pulled up the driveway to the parking area behind the house, got out, and knocked on the door. The guy that answered was a pretty normal, kind of mousy-looking man, probably in his 40s. Slight, slim build, soft-spoken, looked like just about any guy working in any office cubicle anywhere. Not really my type, but honestly, my curiosity was piqued, and I had nothing better to do, so I stepped inside to take a look around and gauge the situation with the warning email fresh in my mind. I stepped into the back door, into the kitchen. It was very clean, and there was nothing out on the counters, no table, no chairs, nothing. That is to say, it did not look like someone was living there. It had been kept up and cleaned, but was empty. Looking out into the apartment, I could see that it was not set up as a living space. It had a large window with sliding glass that was between the kitchen and living room, and I could see what looked like a large table out in the living room area. SG65 said something like, "This isn't where I live. A friend of mine used to run a doctor's office here, and I maintain the building for him. It's private, though. We have the place to ourselves." Weird. Okay. He shut the back door and locked it with a keypad deadbolt. The kind you need a key to open, even from the inside, and put his keys in his back pocket, saying, "So what do you want to do?" At this point, my danger sense spiked. This is not a normal home, and why is he locking the door like that? It's not necessarily suspect. A lot of people have that sort of lock on their door, and the door has a window in it, so it makes sense even. Still, something is not right here, I can tell, and now I'm locked in. I asked him why he was locking the door like that, which immediately flustered him. He was looking around rather nervously, and his voice was wavery and halting. Not quite stuttering, but almost. He said, well, we don't want someone to come in and interrupt us, right?" Flashing a weak, unconvincing smile. His demeanor and body language were all I needed to confirm that this guy was up to no good, or at least that there was something he was hiding. However, I could tell that I was intimidating him. I wasn't a particularly muscular kid, but I have a larger frame. Like, even when I'm at my thinnest, I still wear size L tops and 36 waist pants, so I look big, which people tend to interpret as me being stronger than I really am. Also, I'm not a tough guy at all, but I have a resting facial expression that makes me look like a thug. People who don't know me often assume that I'm rough or something. I sometimes use this to my advantage while I can, because before long a new acquaintance will eventually figure out that I'm a total wimp. But this was definitely an occasion to play up the tough guy appearance, and I did exactly that. I put on my best steely face and told him to unlock the door, and that I don't want to be locked in here. He looked for a moment like he was going to pee his pants, then said, "Okay, alright, I'll unlock this." He unlocked the deadbolt. "And I'll just lock the knob here." And he turned the little dial that locks the doorknob. That was fine with me. I continued to stare at him until he said, "I'll leave the keys on the counter right here." And he set his keys down near the sink. I was relatively satisfied with that answer. At this point, though, my adrenaline was flowing, and I was almost in full flight or fight mode. But I was stuck, kind of stuck in place. The guy was between me and the door. I was freaked out, but this little weasel did not appear to pose any immediate physical threat to me. I could tell that his pant pockets were empty, and that I was intimidating the living hell out of him. I didn't yet know exactly what to do. Now keep in mind that despite my wordy descriptions, this all happened very quickly without any really long pauses. It had only been maybe 1 to 2 minutes since I had stepped in the door. This all happened at the pace of a conversation. The guy was obviously nervous and trying not to appear so. He said, "Well, let's go in," and walked a wide path around me through the kitchen into what would normally be the living room, and toward the hall to the right from there. I was familiar with this floor layout. It's very common in the area. The hallway would lead to 2 small bedrooms, with a bathroom in between them. I hesitated, thinking that I should just walk out that back door and take off. But really? Now I was super curious. I knew there's no way in hell I'm doing anything with this guy, but I kinda want to see what's going on in here. Also, I'm confident that he can't take me if it comes to a fight. So, I slowly headed toward the living room. It felt like I was walking in slow motion. From the kitchen entrance, I could see a large, rectangular, stainless steel table taking up a lot of the living space. I remember thinking this looked like a surgical table. It looked like it could rise and tilt, and it had a recessed channel running all the way around the edge. In hindsight, I now know what it was. It was 100% a mortician's table. Dude had a mortician's table in there. But at the time, I just thought it looked like some sort of medical table. There were some other office-type cabinets and stuff around, I think, but now all I really remember is the table itself. The large front window looking out onto the street was covered by vertical blinds that were closed. SG-65 said something like, "This used to be a doctor's office, like I said. Come on back here." The hallway revealed the room setup that I had expected. The first bedroom door was closed. The second door was open to a very small, very clean bathroom. At the end of the hall was the other bedroom, which looked like, if the doctor's office story were true, had at one time been converted to an exam room. He said, "We can go in that room if you want. Go ahead and take a look." And he stayed by the other closed bedroom door. The back bedroom door was open, and I could see the walls were covered in a honey-colored wood paneling, the type you might see in a den or office that hasn't been updated since the early 70s. I slowly took a few steps toward that door, trying to be very aware of what Mr. Creepy was doing behind me. He didn't move. When I got up to that room, the first thing I noticed was the door had a keypad deadbolt lock, just like the back door. This room locked from the outside. I wondered if there was a lever on the inside, but I pretty much know the answer to that question without needing to check. I also saw a chair. A non-swiveling, plastic desk chair with thin metal legs sitting near the center of the room. The room had old, dark carpet and those wood-paneled walls. I noticed that the walls were completely paneled with no windows. And I know that room had at least 1 window, probably 2, so whoever did that paneling went over them on purpose. There was also a phone in there, plugged in, and sitting on the floor. It was an old office phone, probably from around the 80s or early 90s, dingy beige plastic with several buttons to manage different phone lines. It was just sitting there on the carpet near the wall, with the chair at a slight distance facing the phone. There was nothing else in that room. I was standing at the threshold of the room, with 1 foot slightly in, absolutely not going past that door frame. I looked back at Dude. He was still standing by the other door, just nervously smiling at me, trying very hard to look casual, but obviously very nervous or something. He said something like, "Well, what do you want to do?" Instead of answering, I felt around the back side of the deadbolt lock. Sure enough, nothing there but the smooth wood of the door. It also dawned on me that I did not see a light switch anywhere for the ceiling lamp. Where was the switch? Who knows? It should have just been on the inside of the door, of course, but that original switch was covered by the paneling. He mumbled something about not having the key to that lock. Don't worry about it. I turned back to face the guy and just said, "What is it that you want to do in here?" My skin had gone ice cold, as I realized that I was way, way, way too far into this apartment. I was running through my options in my head. What was this guy going to do? He didn't appear to have any weapon or anything in reach, but who the hell knows what goes on in that place? What are you trying to do? He was almost totally derailed by that. He stammered out, some hot man-to-man fun? With the weakest smile that I have ever seen, looking like he was just a hair's breadth away from panicking. That sounds comical, but really, that sentence was probably the most chilling part of the entire experience for me. It was the way he said it. Like he had to come up with something on the fly, something that would sound plausible, and he failed. Who says that in real life? Hey, do you want to have some hot man-to-man fun? Nobody. It's something you'd see on an advertisement for a cheesy porn site or something. That was it. I said, nope, I want to go, I'm leaving. He said, okay. I quickly walked past him as he flattened himself against the wall to avoid me, and I noped right out through the living room dissection area and through the kitchen to the back door, which was thankfully still not deadbolted. The keys were still on the counter. I let myself out and didn't bother closing that as I saw him slowly coming to the door behind me. I deliberately walked, not ran, to my car. Looking back at the building, I could see that indeed there was a window facing the backyard area from that paneled room, but of course it was covered up from the inside. Dude was shutting and locking the back door, and I left. Heart pounding, skin icy cold, thinking, holy crap, what was that? So, was this guy some sort of killer? Or was he just an awkward, closeted gay guy with access to a sterile-looking apartment with an autopsy/mortuary table? And a windowless room that locks from the outside, with a chair and a phone and no light switch. It's clear to me that the poor soul who walks into that room gets locked in. He probably shuts off the light from somewhere and calls the phone. Other than that, it's anyone's guess as to what actually happens. I assume the friend of the judgmental person who emailed me must have been some kid that got locked in for whatever game ensues. Driving home, at first I thought, of course I have to call the police and tell them what's in that place. But thinking it through, I realized that I didn't really have any crime to tell them about. I went to meet a man for casual sex, and what? He has a room with a chair in it? He has, as I thought at the time, an exam table? The police aren't going to do anything with that story. The guy didn't touch me or do anything to me, and I left. I considered calling an anonymous tip line, but again, what exactly would I report? There was no actionable crime. Also, keep in mind that at that time, while the local police in the city were pretty decent, they weren't especially interested in getting involved with helping out the gays. They would prosecute actual crimes if it was cut and dry, but I heard plenty of accounts of them not choosing to follow up on cases where there was not an easy arrest to be made. I decided not to report anything because nothing would come of it except drawing unwanted attention to myself. Even in retrospect, I think that was probably the most rational choice to make. If this happened today in 2020, the law enforcement would probably be a lot more interested in it. But back then, not so much. So, live and learn. I still drove past that house once in a while during the normal course of life over the next several years, and I'd pay attention to how it looked. The vertical blinds were closed for maybe 5 or 6 years whenever I went past. Then, eventually, the blinds were down, and there were decorative curtains in the windows, so I assumed that the place was eventually sold to someone who actually lived in it. Around 2002, maybe 2003, there was the murder of a young man on the news. He had been found in the next state, which borders on my city, so it's not very far away. I recognized the guy from the gay community, but didn't know him personally. A friend mentioned to me something about the local serial killer. I said, "What?" He explained that a few young men had gone missing over the past year, each after being at one specific dive bar, and each being found several miles to the north past the state line, and out in the country. The case on the news matched with that MO. My friend told me that the young guy had been at that bar and left with someone that night, and that he had disappeared. The news report didn't mention anything about a gay bar or similar recent cases, of course. I had to wonder if my acquaintance from the internet had anything to do with it. The location of the murders apparently was nowhere near that duplex, or at least according to the story I was told. I never heard of a resolution to that murder on the news, or any official mention of a suspected serial killer other than gossip. This happened 30 years ago when I was about 13, 14 years old, and me and an older friend were babysitting for a 6-year-old girl and her younger brother. We have been told that sometimes the girl complains about seeing a ghost man in her bedroom and upstairs at night, and that he comes out through the attic door. Now, I didn't believe a word of it. Kids are weird and say weird things. We get the kids ready for bed, but they wouldn't settle. The girl said that she felt scared, and her little brother started crying. She asked if she could sleep in her mom's bed until she got home. The little brother wanted to go with her. So I tucked them in and told some silly stories and laughed until they were both tired. Both kids were virtually asleep when we left, door ajar, hall light on. An hour later, we're sitting downstairs watching The Equalizer, and all was good. Kids were definitely asleep, as I had to sneak past their room to use the bathroom. I had a quick peek on my way back, and aside from the little brother snoring a bit, everything else was quiet. I go back downstairs, and we watch TV a bit more. About 20 minutes go by, and out of nowhere we hear banging. Heavy, heavy banging, and the kids are screaming immediately. I run up the stairs, and meet the kids as they're running out of the room. More banging, and this time I have eyes on the kids, so I know that they're not making the noise. The kids fly at me. I grab the little brother, and we rush downstairs into the front room, shut the door, and all crash onto the sofa. Everything is silent apart from the TV, which I switch off. We sit in silence for about 5 minutes, just sorta holding each other. After a bit, the girl, with tears in her eyes, just says in a matter-of-fact way, the man was angry because she wasn't in her own room, so he tried to push over a wardrobe, and then he started thumping the wall. This event has stayed with me all these years. In the fall of 2019, I started babysitting for a new family. They live in a house built in the 1920s. I've always believed in angels and demons, not necessarily just ghosts. One of the first times that I was babysitting the 3-year-old and the 1-year-old, I was putting them to bed and I thought that I heard someone knocking on their front door downstairs. I looked out the window to see if the parents were home, but there was no one there. I decided to just ignore it. Another time, again, I was putting them to bed, and I heard what sounded like a man and a woman having a conversation in the kitchen. Again, I looked to see if the parents had just gotten home. They hadn't. Another time, I was watching them during the day when the mom was out of town and the dad was at work. I expected him home around 3:30. The girls were napping upstairs, and I heard the kitchen door open and footsteps. I was surprised the dad was back so early. As I turned the corner to go and greet him in the kitchen, I saw what I thought was him, black suit and all, walk past the door frame. I entered the kitchen and started to say, "Didn't expect you back so early," but there was no one there. The last time I ever babysat them, I was playing in the backyard with the girls. Let me remind you that the oldest one is 3. She is constantly scared to be alone or in the dark, which I thought was strange because usually at such a young age, kids haven't had any experiences to make them this frightened. She said to me that day, "I saw Slender Man in my bathroom mirror, and he waved back at me." I was terrified. I asked her to repeat what she had just said multiple times. Slender Man. She is 3. There's no reason for her to already know what that means. At that moment, I realized that I had always closed her bathroom door just because it felt creepy. And when I would come back to the room later, the door was always opened. I've never babysat for them again. Last year, I went to the Transalgony Lunatic Asylum in Weston, West Virginia. It was a birthday trip for my friend, and since we both had an interest in the paranormal, we decided to head there and check it out. If you're a paranormal enthusiast, you should know that this place is supposedly haunted. Looking into the brief history of the place, deaths, suicides, housing for Civil War patients, housing for tuberculosis patients, and medical patients, you would definitely expect some ghosts are not at rest. It was cold and dark as it was November at around 5 p.m. or so. We made it for the last historic tour of the West Wing and the Civil War Wing. As we waited for the tour guide to gather our group, we took a tour of the front entrance and saw all these patients' drawings. One was of a man cutting his father's head off, and there was a long list of reasons for being admitted into the asylum. We then went back to wait in the lobby for our tour to begin. As we sat there waiting, I felt a slight tug at my jacket on my right side. My friend was standing on my left side. I brushed it off, as maybe being my sleeve button caught my jacket, just some casual debunking, since what are the odds of 12 people standing in a lobby that the ghost somehow decided to screw with me? Our tour began, and if you studied the place you would know that the building is shaped into L-like sections as to try and let in as much sunlight to the building as possible. It was one of their treatment ideas. Eventually, we made it to a section where they hosted the Halloween parties, which was originally, if I remember, a place where patients could acquire their medication or new clothes. After the tour guide walked away, I waited for my turn to walk through the doorway. At this moment, a loud bang came from the closet. I again shrugged it off and debunked it as maybe an animal or a bird who had gotten into the closet and knocked something over in there. Our tour finally came to a close, and we began to walk back to the lobby. I was in the back of the group with my friend in front of me. No one was behind me. As we were beginning to walk through the connection between the first and second part of the building, I looked back at the end of the hall. Down at the end, by the nurse's station, I saw a large, black figure cross in front of the window. I was immediately spooked. I started taking steps back and forth to see if maybe it was my shadow or anything really like that, but it was nothing. I could not debunk it. So I just continued on and tried to write it out of my mind. Then came the final walk to the lobby. This building is massive, by the way. If I remember correctly about this, they said the building is almost a quarter-mile long from end to end, so you can only imagine how long these wing halls are. Before I made it to the lobby, a chill went up my neck. I'm again in the back of the group. I would also like to mention that I have long hair as well. After that chill, I immediately felt as if someone blew on my hair, and the sound of a quick breath. There was no wind in that building, no doors being opened or closed, nothing. Someone or something blew my hair. I continued to keep my cool and started talking to my friend about it, who had no experiences whatsoever and thought that I was just trying to spook her. I was a bit unnerved, but we didn't want to leave without a t-shirt, so we went into the gift shop and talked to the lady inside about if she had experienced paranormal activity. She said most of it happens on the 3rd floor, and has had many people talk about seeing, hearing, and feeling things. I had a strange babysitting experience the other night. Everything was normal until the kids were in bed, and so I was just scrolling through random vids on Instagram to pass the time. I was watching one, and I heard something. It was as if a man or one of the boys pretending to have a deep voice was upstairs said "no" or something in a weirdly growly voice. I was confused and a little spooked, so I brushed it off and sat on the couch to watch a movie. Their dog was walking around and growling at the windows that led to the backyard. That creeped me out too, but again I just brushed it off as the dog seeing a squirrel or something. At this point it's around 10 p.m. He then was laying on my lap and started growling and barking toward the kitchen. At this point I was like, come on man, you better cut that out. Because who on earth wouldn't be creeped out by that? Later, I heard these incredibly light, whispery voices like children. I wasn't completely sure if it was just the kids waking up and making noise, but it only lasted for a moment after I noticed. I noticed those weird things, but I really didn't put them together until later that night. I talked to my mom after, and she told me that my sister and her friend had babysat there as well, and they both had an odd experience, i.e. bad vibes, the kids telling her that she's seen some things, and the kids actually addressing something that wasn't there. My mom didn't tell me before so that I wouldn't be spooked, which I guess was good because I got an independent witness of whatever happened without being influenced by other people's experiences. But anyways, that's what took place. I'll still go back and babysit. I'll just be prepared to throw hands with Casper. Several years ago, I worked at a crisis unit for the acutely mentally ill. It was a 10-bed unit where individuals would come stay as a step down from a psychiatric hospitalization or a diversion to prevent psychiatric hospitalization. I often worked alone on the weekends. One Friday evening, we received an admission, Michael. Background info was provided with the referral indicating a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder and his recent release from prison after serving a sentence for murder. I completed the initial intake meeting with Michael, during which time he said some sexually explicit things to me. I made it clear that this was inappropriate and that confidentiality was limited and that the staff working on the unit as part of his treatment team would be privy to anything said in the interview or subsequent one-on-one sessions. He responded well to the redirection, which we finished the intake and I went about the rest of my shift until about 11 p.m. that night when he approached the office and asked if I was working alone. Luckily, at the time I wasn't alone and I told him my male co-worker was in the adjoining office. After this encounter, I explained the situation to my coworker, who read my shift summary and decided to sit down with Michael and tell him that the way he was acting was not acceptable, and that he could risk being released from the program if it continued. The next morning, I was working alone from 8 to 4 p.m. Around 9 a.m., I went to wake up another client, Jeremy, to administer his medications. The room Jeremy was assigned to was at the end of the hallway, and he was actually slow to get up in the mornings. While I was knocking on Jeremy's door, Michael approached me to tell me that he didn't appreciate that I had shared the things he said to me with my male coworker. I explained to Michael that he knew what he said was inappropriate, and that he knew anything he said to me would be shared with the rest of the treatment team. Michael became more agitated and got in my face, backing me into the corner in front of Jeremy's bedroom door. At this point, Jeremy had woken up and heard what was happening outside of his room. He came out, stood between Michael and myself, and told Michael that he needed to walk away and cool down. Michael went back to his room, and I contacted my supervisor, who told me to document the encounter and continue my shift. Needless to say, I left that job shortly after this incident. I'm thankful for Jeremy, and that he had the presence of mind, while also being a client with a mental illness, to intervene on my behalf. I often wonder what would have happened if Jeremy wouldn't have woken up, or if he would have been in a more severe state of mental illness and would have become more agitated as well. Michael, let's never meet again. My strange experiences started 4 years ago when I was in my room trying to sleep. It was 2 a.m. and I was bored out of my mind. I had a projector that showed me the time. Important. The anti-burglar alarm was on. My family was asleep. I sleep in a room next to the hallway door which leads to a living room. I heard the door open and the projector stopped working. It started working when I blinked. The day after that, it was around 2 a.m. again. I noticed something heavy sitting on me. It went away after a while. I had my head covered by my sheets, so I couldn't see what it was. Those days I saw shadow people out of the corner of my eyes. The worst one was when I was in the shower. I looked in front of me, and something pink just sped up in front of me in the air and vanished right into a wall. The happenings just went away after that, for a while. In the summer of 2017, I was sitting on my bed after lunch. I noticed the air around me felt thick and heavy, and I said, "Something bad will happen." It was August 17th, 2017. The day of the Barcelona terrorist attack. It was around 1500 hours when I said it. For some reason, those 2 hours until it happened felt like seconds. 2019. I'm back from my trip to Norway. I was taking a photo of a book that I had bought there when I saw a black orb while I was aiming at the book. I thought it was a sock. The ball vanished when I took the photo. A bit before going on my trip, I had been practicing soft combat with a few friends when part of the cardboard shovel I was hitting a friend with just vanished. No one else noticed. I had some more experiences with vanishing headphones and chargers, but nothing else. My most recent experience started a month ago, the day when high schools in Spain had to close because of the coronavirus. I was on my way home, and I had the bright idea of reading a prayer in a dark magic book that I own. A prayer against evil spirits. Bad idea. I own a few Solomonic books, and one of them warned against using black magic because the effect would be reversed. Since that day, strange things have happened to me. No shadow people, but what looks like shadow rabbits hopping into my walls. I see them out of the corner of my eye. I also saw a silver one. A huge crow vanishing into a tree. I mean huge, the size of a bike. A black iron bar floating near my window and then vanishing into a tree. I've also spotted what I think was a UFO. And they get weirder. 2 days ago, I was doing some work in my room and I saw a pair of shoes outside my window moving at a great speed. It was not my family. They were in the kitchen, quite far away. I checked again. No shoes. And just yesterday, my family heard me laughing in my room when I was working on something important and not laughing at all. I've been reading a book called Other Side Picnic about urban legends lately, so maybe it's affecting me. Another strange thing was the knocking on my window a few months ago. I heard it in my room and in the room where my parents sleep. It woke me up, but they didn't notice. It couldn't have been the wind. It was a calm day. It couldn't have been branches, as the trees are very far away. I work in a prison in the UK. I always like to work nights because you do 7 days on and 7 days off. While on nights, I got locked onto a wing with no keys. We have a sealed pouch with a cell key inside for emergencies, if someone is hanging and I need to cut them down, etc., that kind of thing. I'm in charge of looking after 200 plus prisoners. After a few busy hours answering cell bells and doing my checks on people who are essentially on suicide watch, the wing starts to settle down. The stories I'm including here are very small portions of things that have happened to me on night shifts. Story 1. One night I was doing my checks. I heard a loud bang coming from the ones landing outside the servery. When I went inside to investigate, there was a broom on the floor. When I reviewed the CCTV footage, you can clearly see the broom slowly being lifted away from the wall where it was resting, and then quickly getting thrown to the ground. We have the footage copied, and most of the people at work have seen it. We usually show it to new staff before they do their first night shift to freak them out. Story 2. One night we had someone overdose. I was working the week after all this happened, and the cell was locked off for the police investigation and was completely empty. At about 3:30 in the morning, the cell bell for that room was pressed. At first I didn't even know that this cell belonged to the guy that had died the previous week, but as soon as I looked into the empty cell, I realized, and just froze. Takes a lot to freak me out, but I didn't walk back on that part of the landing until roll count. Story 3. This one is more minor, but still equally as creepy. Things that happened just last week that prompted me to share this. While walking on the 3's landing, one of the showers on the 2's turned on by itself. The only way to turn it on is to press a button on the wall inside the shower. I went to investigate, and the showers were locked, and the lights inside were turned off. This was about 2:30 a.m. Approximately 30 minutes later, I was walking down the 2's landing and an office door slammed shut. I checked the landings for open windows, and they were all shut. Again, every time I hear a noise, I always investigate, and love anything creepy, but this sent shivers down my spine. I was babysitting one night for a family friend about 4 years ago. I had put the kids to bed and crashed on the couch while waiting for my mom and the friend to get back from a night out. Randomly, I woke up and just remember being very confused about why I was even awake. That was, until I heard the front door close. A key thing to note here is the fact that the only sound was the door closing. There was no sound of it being locked, and this lock was very loud. I assumed it was my mom and her friend coming back, so I sat up, preparing to leave. However, I quickly noticed the lack of their voices. They are never quiet after a night out, especially because the friend always has some drinks. And I also noticed that there was only one set of footsteps. For a moment I considered the possibility of it being the friend's husband coming home to grab something. He is a firefighter and was at the station for one of his 24-hour shifts. I could hear the person walking around the front room and then going to the table in there and shuffling through papers as if frantically searching for something. The more I listened, though, the more it just didn't feel right. I pretty quickly dropped the idea of it being the husband and jumped to the idea that it was an intruder. Being around 15 at the time, I was in no way brave enough to confront any intruder that broke into the house. I barely managed to scoot along a wall leading to the front room before becoming completely paralyzed by fear. I ended up promising myself that I would keep my presence hidden until the person walked upstairs to the kids or back toward me. I could hear them pacing around a lot, papers and items being shuffled through. Eventually, I heard the footsteps start to come down the hall before turning into the bathroom, which was before they could reach me or the stairs. Only seconds after the footsteps walked into the bathroom, I heard the front door unlock. This ties back to the beginning because it really stuck out that the door was never locked, and I can remember every single sound from the second that I woke up. Immediately, I heard my mom and the friend talking loudly, and part of me was relieved, while the other part of me was prepared to hear them screaming upon finding an intruder in the bathroom that was too small to hide in. Shockingly, they just walked straight past it, and my mom told me to get my stuff so that we could go home. I was still listening the entire time, and the bathroom door never closed and no further footsteps were heard. As I finally walked down the hall to the door, I scanned the bathroom. The door was wide open, the window was shut and too small to fit anyone but kids through, and there was nobody crouched in the darkness. There was absolutely nothing off about the house. No windows open in any of the first floor, and nobody left between my mom coming back and us leaving. Nothing. I'm a skeptic. I like to think that this may have been an intruder, but I cannot think of any logical way that they could have hid in the short minute that it took for me to walk by, nor did they have an escape route. The friend never found an intruder or noticed any missing items. Nothing makes sense. All I know is that night is vividly ingrained in my mind, too vividly to be a dream, and I still get that feeling of something not being right when I think about it. This encounter happened in the summer of 2006, when I was 20 years old. I didn't get my driver's license until January of that year, and driving opened up so many doors for me that I took a lot of solo road trips to my friends' houses in New England and the mid-Atlantic states. I also look young for my age, and was often mistaken for a high school student in my early 20s. I was driving alone on I-78 on a random July day on my way to visit my friend in southern Pennsylvania for a long weekend. Her parents were away, and we had the house to ourselves and were planning on drinking and hot tubbing, watching Planet Earth drunk. It had just come out. Maybe run around some cornfields at night. I was so excited and had a great drive listening to good music, and it was a beautiful day. Right after I crossed the border from New Jersey into Pennsylvania, I stopped at one of the rest stops to get gas and snacks for the last part of my drive. I have tried to figure out which rest stop this was and can't ID it, but it was a gas station with a large mini-mart. Opposite the gas station was the on-ramp back to I-78 West, and parallel to the on-ramp was a dirt road, which comes into play later. I was heading into the store when a man in his late 30s, early 40s approached me. He was a stocky guy, definitely tall, I'm 5'1", and had on a plain black tee and jeans, with dark brown hair and a mustache/goatee. He had come out of a black pickup truck parked a few spaces away from my car. He had a super intense gaze and immediately creeped me out. He just had a crazy energy about him. I didn't really get vibes from people that often, but this was so strange. He stood too close. His gaze was crazy direct or focused, and his word choices were strange. It immediately set off all my alarms. He asked if I was from the area, despite my Connecticut license plate, where I was headed, and if I knew of anything fun to do because he had plans later and time to kill beforehand. He invited me to go play mini-golf or watch a movie with him. I didn't answer any of his questions, declined his invitation to hang out, and told him I didn't know the area, and walked away toward the store. I was blown away that he had asked me to go anywhere with him. It was so random and uncomfortable. As I was walking away, he actually screamed out, "You're gorgeous," and the volume and tone made my hair stand on end. It was super aggressive and inappropriate, and he even startled a family who was walking out of the store because it was so loud. I didn't turn around, but went inside. He came into the store shortly after, and was staring at me, so I went to use the bathroom and stayed in for at least 10 minutes texting my friend about this creep. When I came out, he wasn't in the store anymore, so I took my time buying drinks and snacks, and went out to gas my car up. I was relieved that his car was gone, and started thinking about the rest of my drive, and again getting excited to see my friend. When I pull up the road to get back onto the highway, I hear someone persistently honking his horn and see this creep show on the dirt road parallel to the on-ramp in his truck honking, shouting, and waving at me to drive over in his direction. He was directly facing the gas station and had been waiting for me. I immediately freaked out and jumped on the on-ramp back to I-78. He pulled out onto the highway after me, and I called my friend, extremely scared. I drove so fast, and probably dangerously, and looking back, I'm lucky that I didn't either get into an accident or pulled over, but I didn't know what else to do. He didn't follow me for that long, and I think after a few exits, he pulled off. My friend and I had a backup plan that if I saw his car again, she would direct me to a police station the next town over from her house instead of my going directly there and leading some freak to us. I didn't see the car again and continued on my journey, but the last few hours of my drive I was extremely tense and anxious. I remember checking my mirrors regularly for this black pickup truck. It all ended well. I got to my friend's house safely and we had a lovely weekend. The encounter was definitely creepy, but over the years I didn't put much thought into it. A few years ago, in 2014, I was talking with another friend who is big into serial killers, and mentioned my encounter jokingly, suggesting that this was a serial killer I had met, and told her my experience. She was fascinated, and wanted to Google active serial killers in the Pennsylvania area at the time. The first hit was for Adam Leroy Lane, and he looked almost exactly like the man that I had met back in 2006. Obviously, it could be my mind filling in the blanks, but the basic characteristics, 40, tall but stocky, brown hair with a mustache, goatee, and the time and area, all match. In my memory, he was a little bit slimmer than the pictures, and it was 2006, not 2007, when he was actually convicted of murdering women. Still, it's an odd coincidence, and one I have definitely never forgotten. I would like to share my recent experience. This is absolutely true and in no way fabricated. I have been shaken up immensely and my perspective on reality has definitely changed. I live in India and my family is Protestant Christian. My upbringing and the things taught to me in terms of faith have included an aspect of the supernatural and the spiritual. Though it was always told to me that demons and spirits of darkness exist, I was always a skeptic. I believed in proof, evidence, and logic. In my opinion, exorcisms were staged and everything about it was fake, until I had what seems to be my own personal experience with the demonic. This happened about a week ago. I was on my bed, playing a racing game on my phone at 2 a.m. The lights were off, and the only light was that of my phone. I usually put my AirPods on and keep my volume on full as I enjoyed the loud engine revving sounds of the game. I started feeling an ache in my back, and this made me think I was having another bout of kidney stone pain. It runs in my family. My way of coping with it is to just ignore it and move on with things. I've had multiple stones in my body, so I have learnt to manage the discomfort well by now. As I continued with the game, I started feeling breathless as the air was heavy. It came to a point where I thought something was definitely wrong. There was a dull pain in my stomach and head too. The sounds and music of the game I was playing became very muffled and scary. I managed to pull out my headphones and lie down. I laid out on the bed, on my back, looking up at the ceiling, wondering what was going on. My wife is working abroad for now, and I really wanted to ring her. I was not able to do that, however, because somehow logic and common sense had taken a back seat at that moment. I just wasn't able to think clearly. My palms and forehead were covered in sweat. and felt crushed, like under weight of something terribly heavy. I honestly thought I was about to die. My mom had visited me in March of this year and has not been able to since leave and head back to her own house due to the lockdown. So she was sleeping in the guest room and usually fast asleep at that hour. My mom is a very deep sleeper and rarely gets up for anything in the night. During all this madness that I was going through, she just woke up and came to my door and knocked. I heard the knocks and I wanted to say, "Please come in and help me," but my mind was too confused to do anything. She heard some groaning-like sounds coming from me and decided to let herself in. When I looked at her, I wanted to say help, but apparently I kept saying, "Just let me be. Let me die in peace." My mom told me this later. When she saw me in the state that I was, without any hesitation she touched my head and said, "In the name of Yeshua, I bind you, rebuke you, and cast you out." I felt the immediate sensation of wanting to puke. I rushed to the loo and did so. Instantly I felt better, and my mind began working correctly. I could think straight and had no trouble breathing. The whole recovery didn't take more than a couple of minutes. While I know that this can be dismissed as a simple case of indigestion or acidity, food poisoning, or even an anxiety attack, here are some reasons why it's got to be more. 1. The probability of my mom walking in that time was very low. Later, when I asked her why she came in at that hour, she simply said, "Because I felt like I should." Like a prompting in my spirit. 2. Why would I say things like, "Just let me die"? Any person in need of medical attention will cry for help rather than wanting to be left alone. 3. Why did I need to puke just after my mom said those words? 4. I had eaten dinner at 5 p.m. If it had something to do with that, why would it surface at 2 in the morning the next day? And 5. About a month before all this happened, I had a nightmare about an entity in my room. Something that looked like a black being with red eyes and teeth like a wolf, grinding its teeth at me or making low-pitched growls. I was scared after that, but I had dismissed it and moved on. I am really beginning to think that what I went through was a spiritual demonic oppression, which retreated due to the compulsion from a higher spiritual authority. This is a short story. I was maybe 4 or 5 at the time. It was November or October. I'm assuming it was October because that day my dad and I had bought pumpkins for us to carve for the first time, according to my memory. Before we began carving, my uncle and I were in the backyard. My sister and one of my cousins were playing in a pile of leaves beside me next to a tall green pine tree, and my uncle went inside to grab a frisbee for us to catch, and a camera to take a picture of us playing in the leaves. I remember when my uncle went inside, I turned around to look at the beautiful trees. There was another apartment complex behind our own. I remember the sun had started to set, and the golden rays had coated the green, freshly cut grass on the ground. I also noticed a young woman in a white gown in the yard across from me. She was bent over, and she was putting a flower into the jacket pocket on a little boy who was holding a white pillow. My uncle came outside, and I asked him, "What is that lady doing?" He smiled and said no one was there. He called over my sister and my cousin and snapped a pic of us. I instantly forgot about the lady in the white dress. Years had passed, and I had grown into a young woman. I had moved in with my boyfriend, and as time passed, it came time for us to move out of our apartment. As I was packing, I noticed a box that my dad had given to me when I met my boyfriend. I didn't open it until that time. It was pictures of my family, old clothes I used to wear when I was a little girl. I opened a photo album and looked through it. Then I looked more in the box, and I found a photo, the one my uncle took of me that day when I was a little girl. In the background, within the golden setting sunlight, I saw a woman in a bride's dress. I saw her features and her outline in the sunlight, but only in the sunlight. She looked happy, and she was bent down with both of her hands together holding something. The rest of her body didn't show up. I took the photo with me and visited my uncle, and as we sat down I pulled out the photo and looked at it for a second. I wondered if he would even remember. I then mustered the courage to ask him if he recalled that day. He faintly did, and I showed him the photo, and he smiled, remembering the days when we were all just little innocent kids. I pointed at the sunlight and asked, "Do you see it too?" He looked closer and said, "The woman?" I said, "Yeah. Do you remember when I was a kid and I asked you about the woman in the white dress, and you said that no one was there?" He replied, "Oh yeah, I see it. It must be a ghost." Anyway, that was my little short story. Let me start this off by saying that it is imperative that you stay off of the deep web. No matter what anyone tells you, no good can come from using it, and I am about to inform you as to why. I was 15 at the time. I had come home from school on a Friday afternoon ready to relax, kick back, and enjoy the short break. I had started using code about a year prior. Nothing too fancy, just basic Python, Java, HTTP, etc., and was practicing it daily. Now, I had known about the dark web before this took place. I would sometimes buy weed off of it, but that was about the extent. This particular day, however, I decided to venture further and really take a look at the dark web. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with the iceberg diagram representing the internet's content. For those who don't know, the surface web contains about 10% of the internet's content, while the deep and dark web take up over 90%. I was ready to see what it really held. I heard stories about what goes down on the deep web, murder, inhumane torture, etc. But I didn't really believe that they were all legit. So I hopped on Tor and began to see what I could dig up. I started off by going on the hidden wiki and browsing through various websites, most of which contained illegal things such as drugs, hackers, and hitmen for hire, and lots of CP. I clicked on a random forum link, which took about a minute to load. I wish I could remember the name of it. It was a forum where people could pick a topic that they wanted to talk about, such as politics, dealing with mental health, etc. I noticed one of the topics was a pedo forum, and I don't want to even go into detail on what I saw there. There was one particular one that caught my eye. The link was all in red, while the rest were all black. It said, "Not for the weak, enter at your own risk." Curious as to what this was, I click on the link and it brought me to a forum that had only one other link on the whole page. I clicked that link and it brought me into a chat room. I realized that nobody was saying anything in it, only sending links. This set off alarm bells in my head because I had an idea of what was on those links. I wish that I had listened to my gut feeling, which was telling me to close out while you still can. However, the ignorant, curious teen took over me, and I started setting up some protection for myself using the code that I had learned. I later realized that this amateur coding I did would not protect me from these advanced people with malicious intent. I clicked on a random link and a page loaded surprisingly fast. It looked to be another chat room. I went to type hello or something, but it wouldn't let me. I sighed and began moving my mouse to go to the previous page when a noise went off. I had received a chat. The message said, "Hello, new user. I see you have found my site. Would you like to continue?" I tried typing again, but I still couldn't. The next message sent chills down my back, and my hands were shaking. It read, "No, son. not the keyboard. I tried turning off my computer, of course, but nothing worked. Another message popped up saying, "I guess I'll take that as a no." The screen suddenly changed, and a video began playing. It was a black screen, but I could hear a deep male voice say, "Unfortunately for you, you do not have a choice." I grabbed a sticky note and put it over my webcam, and the voice on the screen said, "Ah, so we're playing games now, huh?" The video then began to change, and I realized the man was taking his hand off the camera. He was a short man, maybe 5'7" tops, but that brought me no comfort. He held up a knife and said, "Name any body part." I then, for the first time, noticed a cloth in the corner of the room, covering up something which I could only assume to be a body. I had had enough. I unplugged my computer and lay on the floor panting for hours until I could finally get up. I now suffer from anxiety and won't touch a computer unless I absolutely have to. This is by far the spookiest experience my family and I have had regarding the paranormal. I'm currently living in Australia, and this all started when I moved into my current house around 3 years ago. In my culture, we believe that whenever a family moves into a new home, a priest should come to perform various prayers to bless the house. However, when my mom bought the house, we immediately went on holiday for 3 months, so we were unable to perform the rituals. Everything started when we first came back home. Just some background, my mom raised me on her own, so it was just the two of us staying in the house at the time. I was still in high school, and my mom worked in the city, so we both took the train every morning. She always left home earlier than me, so it was my job to lock up each day. She also worked late almost every day, so I would get home first and be home alone for at least 5 hours. One morning as I left home, I began to feel paranoid that I had not locked the door, so I walked back to check it. The door was locked. Later that day, when I came home, I walked up my driveway to find that the door was wide open. I freaked out, but was brave enough to go inside. Our kitchen is pretty close to the entrance, so I grabbed a knife and searched the entire house. There was no one there. I decided to not tell my mom because she was really stressed with work and I didn't want her to freak out too. Over the next few days, another strange thing started to happen. Our garage door would randomly open whenever we were home. My mom was kind of scared, but then we thought maybe our neighbor's garage remote functioned at the same frequency or something and it was activating our door too, so we dismissed it. It had been about 2 months since we were living in our new house and everything seemed to be normal again. Until one day when I was awoken in the middle of the night by my mom. She looked super scared and asked me if I had come into her room to wake her up. I said no, I was half asleep and had no idea what she was rambling on about. She didn't believe me and made me swear that I hadn't. I always play scare pranks on my family, so that was why. I swore I didn't and asked her what was up. She is a super light sleeper, and so while she was sleeping, she heard someone prop her door open. She looked up and saw the figure of a boy and thought it was me. She asked it, "What's wrong?" and blinked. There was nothing there, and her door was still open. She called my name a few times and there was no response, hence why she came to my room. I have to admit, given the stuff happening with the doors, I was kinda scared, but I convinced my mom that she was imagining things and she went back to sleep. Ever since that night, and up to this day, my mom still sleeps with her door open and the living room light on. And I do not blame her after what happened next. 2 weeks after this incident occurred, my mom's best friend and her son and daughter, who were both around my age, came over from our homeland, Malaysia, to visit us. I was really excited, as I have always been close to them. One thing you should know about my aunt. She's had many experiences growing up with the paranormal, and so she is super afraid of ghosts. For this reason, me and her kids always used to play pranks on her. One day the four of us were playing poker on the dining room table while my mom was taking a nap in the living room. Suddenly my mom rushes out of the living room, her eyes wide open, and she looked terrified. She asked who had woken her up from her nap. The four of us were dumbfounded, as we had just been playing cards the entire time. She then told us that she felt someone tap her shoulder while she was asleep. When she opened her eyes, there were 2 feet on the floor. Once again she blinked, and the feet were gone, and there was no one there. My mom was having a full-on breakdown, especially after what had happened the other night. Then my aunt, given how afraid she was of ghosts, started to melt down as well. I didn't want her holiday to be ruined, so I managed to convince them that my mom was probably in the middle of a dream, so when she woke up, she was most likely hallucinating. Yeah, I know, it sounds stupid, but hey, it worked. But then the next day, something else happened. My mom had gone to the shops to get groceries. The kids and I were playing video games in the living room, while their mom was having a shower. Suddenly we hear the bathroom door burst open, and out runs my aunt wrapped in her towel. She screamed at us, telling us to stop trying to scare her, and that it wasn't funny. The 3 of us were extremely confused, and her daughter asked her what had happened. She told us that she knew we were the ones knocking on the bathroom door, even after she told us to stop 3 times. I know it probably seems like she was overreacting, but again, I cannot emphasize her fear of ghosts. I exchanged a concerned look with her kids, and then told her that it genuinely was not us, and that we were playing FIFA the entire time. Soon my mom got home, and we told her what happened also. Let's just say that my aunt started sleeping with her room lights on for the rest of her trip. Soon she and her kids had gone home, and it was back to me and my mom again. We returned to our regular routine. My mom was finally at peace, and she hadn't seen anything for a while apart from the garage door opening on its own every now and then. The same, however, could not be said for me. It seemed that it had become my turn to be tormented. As I mentioned before, with my mom at work, I would be home alone for a few hours every day. I began to start to hear things. The strange bit is that it would never occur while I was in the living room. Whenever I went to use the toilet or went to sit in my room, I would start hearing things coming from the living room and kitchen. It started out small, just the sound of some panting, like if you had run a marathon, that kind of panting. But the minute I entered the living room, nothing. There would be no sound at all. It soon started to get worse. I would hear footsteps pacing around outside my room and spoons and pots falling in the kitchen. But every time I step out into the living room again, the noises would stop, and everything would be just as I left it. There was even a time when I thought I heard a kid laughing right outside the door when I was in the toilet. I decided not to tell my mom again because she seemed to be getting over her experiences and I didn't want to scare her all over. But one day I felt that I needed to tell her, and we decided that day that it was time we contacted our priest to perform the prayers for our house. It was the day my best friend and his parents came over for dinner. When it all began, it was a completely innocent meal. My best friend and his family are Malaysian too, and we were having a great time talking about home while having a signature Malaysian dish. My friend's dad was telling us a story when all of a sudden his face just froze and his eyes widened. He honestly looked like he was having a stroke. His face contorted into a frown and he just stared down at the table. My mom and I shared a worrying look, but my friend and his mom just continued eating like nothing was happening. Suddenly, his dad seemed to return to us, and he continued telling the story as if nothing had occurred. But he could see that my mom and I were visibly concerned. Suddenly, his wife tapped his shoulder and said, "Just tell them." He frowned at his wife and just kept eating. There was an awkward silence for a few minutes, and then he finally decided to address the elephant in the room. He apologized for scaring us and assured us that there was no need to worry. He then went on to tell us about his life. Since he was a child, he had been very religious, and from a young age he felt a very close connection to God. He regularly meditated and was very, very spiritual. So spiritual that when he was in his mid-20s, he had awoken with a gift. He was able to see dead people. I kid you not, when he said this, I immediately looked at my friend, waiting for him to start laughing at some prank. But my friend's face was completely serious, and he continued looking at his dad as the man told his story. He told us he could see them everywhere, when he was walking his dog on the street, when he's sitting in the park, in people's houses, and even sometimes sitting on people who had been possessed. He said the spirits were drawn to him because they knew that he could see them, and they would stalk him, begging him to help them reach the afterlife. He said there was simply nothing he could do because these people had died before their time, and they would simply have to wait on Earth until it was their time. Back home, he was regularly contacted by people having paranormal experiences to perform a cleansing or drive evil spirits away. He told us about some of those experiences, but I don't feel like it's my place to share them here. He then asked us something that gave me chills. "Have you guys performed prayers for your house yet?" My mom refused to answer the question until he told her why he had asked it. He said that he didn't want to worry us, but that if we hadn't, we probably should. My mom continued to ask him why until he finally conceded. This is what he said. "Remember when I had that moment just now while I was talking? I had a visit. I won't tell you what it was, but it was the same spirit that I saw standing at the front door when we came in here." That's when my mom told him everything that had been happening. It was during this time that I also decided to tell my mom about the things that I had been hearing in the house. My friend's dad then told us that he did not think it was a malicious spirit, but to be safe, and that it was time for us to conduct the prayers. Before he left, he asked my mom if he could see our altar in the prayer room. My mom took him to it and we all followed. As he stood in front of the altar, his whole body shook, as if he just had a huge hiccup. He then put his hands together and bowed his head. Before leaving, he said, "I can see why the two of you have not been hurt. You're protected." That concluded our visit. A week later, we arranged for a priest from our local temple to cleanse and bless our home. I promise you that ever since that day, nothing strange has ever happened in our house. Even the garage door has stopped opening on its own. I'm not a particularly religious person, but I have learned my lesson. I will never move into a house without performing the rituals that my culture demands. I've been a babysitter a bunch of times. Sometimes I take care of the kids of my mom's friends, other times I take care of my little cousins. I really liked to babysit all of my kids, because it usually went smoothly and none of them were problematic to deal with. One time I was babysitting my little cousins, who at the time were 6, 4, 2, and 5 months old. My aunt told me that the baby monitor needed new batteries, so I decided to just check on the baby from time to time. The night went as usual. The bigger kids ate dinner, played a bit, then watched some cartoons, and fell asleep a few minutes after. I was downstairs just texting with some friends and tried to listen carefully in case my baby cousin made any sounds. For most of the night, I thought I heard the baby making sounds, so I kept going in there and checking on him. I believed it was just my mind playing tricks on me, probably because I was on high alert, waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, the 2-year-old woke up crying because of a nightmare, so I grabbed him and let him lay on my chest until he fell asleep, and then I tucked him into bed again. A few minutes passed, and I heard the baby screaming. So I ran upstairs and did what I could to calm him down so that the other kids wouldn't wake up. As soon as I get to the door, the screaming stops, and when I entered the bedroom to check on him, he was sound asleep. I freaked out and checked everything in the nursery, hoping to find some kind of toy with a similar sound, but there was nothing. I immediately went and checked on the other kids, praying that they were okay. Fortunately, all 4 kids were asleep, and it appeared to have not disturbed anyone. Still, I made sure everything was all right, and that nothing had actually made a sound. I was kind of surprised that the scream hadn't woken any of the other kids up, but at the same time I was thankful for it, because I didn't want the other kids to be scared in their own house, and also I wouldn't know how to explain what had happened to my aunt and uncle without freaking them out. I didn't hear any other sounds for the rest of the night until my aunt and uncle came home. I decided to not say anything and just take the money and go home. This story takes place during the late summer in the 1960s in Iowa in a very small farming community. My friend's great-grandpa, Bob, owned a farm out there. He had acres of corn, wheat, potatoes, etc., but corn was his main crop, so he had a huge cornfield. It was around 2 a.m., and his grandfather couldn't sleep, so he went outside to get some fresh air. While outside, he noticed something that looked like a child walking around in the cornfield. So Bob ran back inside and grabbed his double-barrel shotgun and woke the farmhand for backup. They combed through the cornfield in an attempt to find whatever was running around out there. After a while, they still couldn't find anything, so Bob told the farmhand to go back inside the house while he stayed on the porch to watch his cornfield. Then, as he looks at the gravel road between his yard and the fence line that led to the cornfield, standing on the road was a little girl around 6 years old or so, and she was wearing a white dress that made her look like she had just gotten out of church. Bob thought that his mind must have been playing tricks on him, so he tried to lay down on the couch to rest, but also stay somewhat alert. However, not even a minute after he laid down, he heard a knock on the screen door. He walked up to the door and slightly cracked the main door open. He saw the little girl and asked, "May I help you?" The little girl said, "Mister, I'm lost, and I don't know where my parents are. Can I come in the house and use your telephone?" Bob felt uneasy and told her that he could get her a glass of water and that he can call her parents for her if she gave him the number, but he didn't feel comfortable allowing her in his home. He felt something off about the little girl. However, the little girl insisted to be the one to call and talk to them. And Bob said, "Young lady, it's 2 a.m, and I don't feel right letting a stranger into the house, little girl or not." The little girl started to get agitated and said, "I'm not leaving until you let me in to use your phone." Startled, Bob told the little girl that he was going to call the police to come pick her up so that they could keep her safe and find her parents. He closed the door to go and call the police, and he heard someone punch the door like a grown man. He walked back and cracked the door open again, but when he looked, he realized that it was still the little girl, and that she was the one who had punched the door. But when he looked at her this time, she didn't have any eyes. Instead, she had pitch black orbs instead of eyes, and she said in a deep voice, "Let me in." Bob grabbed his shotgun and pointed it at the little girl and told her no and to go away. After this, the little girl looked right into the barrel and then back up at Bob, smiled smugly at him, and giggled before she ran back into the cornfield and disappeared. I was 15 when the first time anything paranormal happened to me at this boarding school. For a month, I would have sleep paralysis. The next month, it got 10 times worse. As well as sleep paralysis, I would feel someone or something patting my head. I would open my eyes, and no one was there. This would carry on for a little while, until one night when I had sleep paralysis again and I looked over to the other side of the room and saw a slightly washed out figure of a woman wearing a maid's costume. This happened for a couple more nights until I left that school. I came back to that school for sixth form, the last 2 years of high school if you're American. It all started up again when I was moved into that same dorm, but this time she followed me around the school. In the end, I prayed for her. However, she still follows me around when I wear a certain necklace to this day. The last story I have is about 18-year-old me messing around with a Ouija board. Please don't do this. So my boyfriend at the time was the one who bought the Ouija board. A good friend had just died a couple of months ago. We messed around with it for a little bit until the planchette started to levitate. I somehow went into a trance for what felt like about 30 seconds. However, I got told it was for 5 minutes. When I came out of this trance, I had 3 scratches down my arm. The hand with scratches was red hot to the touch, but the other was ice cold. Of course, we decided to do it again the next night. Something predicted the future. The first thing it said was fire alarm. The next thing was knee surgery, and the last was asylum. As soon as this happened, the fire alarm went off. A year later, I had knee surgery. And then 6 months later, my ex was admitted to a mental facility. I know this sounds far-fetched, but this is what happened. Again, please don't mess around with Ouija boards. In the early 2000s, when I was 4 or 5 years old, my parents had just gotten through divorce and my mom started dating this guy. He would come over to our house regularly. Things didn't seem that bad at first, but he actually drank daily. This was something I didn't understand yet at my age, but yeah. So this guy wasn't all that bad with my sister, who was 2 or 3 at the time, but he took some sadistic interest in hurting me. He would arrive at our house almost every day, and the first thing he would do was take off his belt and start beating me with it. This got to the point where I would hide if I knew he was coming. As for why my mother didn't leave him then, he threatened to kill us if she did. Now, this one incident is burned into my memory. On one random day, he had found a nice little cardboard box. He picked me up and shoved me into said box and sat on top of it. My mother was doing the dishes, and I assumed she couldn't hear me screaming for her as I peered out of the box's handle hole at her back, before he covered the holes with his hands. I screamed for a good few minutes as this asshole just laughed about torturing me. The only reason he got off the box was that I had a small screwdriver in my pocket that I used to stab him right in his ass cheek. This got him to fly up off the box, and pissed him off because he wasn't having fun anymore. He picked me up again and carried me off to my room, where he proceeded to beat me with his belt. Then he left me in my room after taking my lamp and locked my door. I was afraid of the dark, so I cried and screamed some more. I did so until he finally left, and my mother came and opened my door again. The random beatings would go on until he eventually got in trouble for something and ended up going to jail. Sometimes I think maybe my mother called the police on him. He called my mom from jail and told her that if she found anyone else, that he would kill her, me, and my younger sister. We ended up moving 3 cities over, and as far as I know, my mom never heard from him again. This guy is almost single-handedly responsible for several of my long-term phobias, and as an adult now, I'd kick his ass if I saw him again. I grew up in South Texas, more widely known as the Rio Grande Valley. I'm the youngest of 3 kids, and we all lived with our mom and stepdad in a great big red brick house. It was quite a culture shock moving from the piney woods of East Texas all the way to the flat, desert-like land of the RGV. There were hardly any trees, mostly just palm trees and shrubs. We saw a cactus here and there, and the wildlife consisted mostly of jackrabbits, rattlesnakes, and armadillos. When we started school, we learned quickly that the people were superstitious, to say the least. I was in the 2nd grade when we moved into that house on Jackie Street, and right from the beginning I felt uneasy. I used to be a happy-go-lucky kid with nothing to worry about. I made friends with all the neighborhood kids, and I even became best friends with a girl who lived directly behind us. She had the most superstitious family out of anyone that I had ever met. She was the oldest of 4 girls, and their mother was very overly protective, at least in my eyes. She wouldn't let them watch Harry Potter because it was associated with witchcraft. They went to church 3 times a week, and they didn't even celebrate Halloween. All that being said, the mom loved to tell ghost stories and Mexican folklore. It was the one cool thing about her, and the thing I loved most about visiting their home. One night, she told us the story of the Owl Witch. Typically, it will transform into an owl with a woman's head, or a large owl the size of a human, with a few things that are off-putting. If you see a Yakuza, you're supposed to pray for your life in Spanish, and supposedly it will leave you alone. It's also been known to make a whistling sound, like a human whistling. If you answer it back with a whistle of your own, the Yakuza will sweep down and carry you away. If you wake up in the morning and see large scratches on your doors or windowsills, it means that the Yakuza was there and is coming for you, so you must prepare yourself accordingly. I can't whistle, and my friend's mom knew this, so she would jokingly tell me that I wouldn't have anything to worry about. She would also lovingly tell us that my friend and I are gorditas, so we couldn't be carried away as easily. After years of hearing this story in various ways from teachers, other friends' parents, and in books, it was about as stuck in my head as an old wives' tale. I would get excited about hearing it around Halloween at school. It was just another scary story, and would give us kids an adrenaline rush. I never thought that those stories would one day become a reality for me. It happened the summer of 5th grade. My best friend and I were on her trampoline. It was summer, so we were up kind of late, maybe around 10 p.m., and it was a full moon. We spent time talking and looking at the stars until we heard whistling. We knew not to whistle back. Instead, we lay there frozen, still looking at the sky and listening intently to the whistling coming from the distance. I look at my friend, and she is absolutely paralyzed. She's praying in Spanish and squeezing my hand as tightly as possible. A few minutes go by, and we hear more whistling, getting closer. My friend stops praying and says that we should head inside. I agree without hesitation, and we start inching toward the edge of the trampoline to escape. In that moment, I hear it, and I'll never forget the bone-rattling sound and the twisted image that scarred me for life. We felt the wind from its wings, and saw it just maybe 15 feet above our heads. A huge, snowy white owl, maybe 12 feet wide from wingtip to wingtip, floating right above us. Its eyes were jet black, and it looked mostly like an owl, but its feet were human. It had huge, human feet with long black talons that seemed to twitch as its cold, demonic eyes stared down at its prey. It locked eyes with me and let out a screech. My heart jumped into my throat, and I have never ran inside a house so quickly. We cried together while praying as we heard it continue to flap around outside. We held on to each other with her rosary in our hands and continued praying as loudly as we could. All of a sudden it was gone, onto its next victim. We're both terrified of owls to this day. We won't even look them up in books. Every time I see one, I think of the face of the Yakuza. Almost human and almost owl. A strange, demonic hybrid not of this world. Believe the tales. Don't go outside alone, and never respond to strange whistling. Something might just snatch you up and carry you far, far away. A couple of years ago, I babysat for a family friend. She and her husband lived with their 2 kids, a girl about 7, Kay, and a boy about 12, Jay. I babysat these kids so much that we became very close, brothers and sisters type deal. They weren't difficult kids. They had a hard home life because their parents were almost borderline abusive, but they were still good kids. I tried my best to be a positive adult. I was 18 to 19 during this experience in their life. The family moved around a lot. I've known them now for over 6 years, and they have moved every single year. This experience happened in 2015. I was halfway through my senior year when we finally moved into the house. It was nice. Just built in 2013, something like that. It was a nice neighborhood, and rent was pretty low. The mother often bragged about the steal of a deal that she got from the house. To put it in perspective, the average rent in this area is about $1,200 just for an apartment. These guys got a whole 2-story house, 3-bed and 4 baths, freshly built in a nice neighborhood for about $650. I thought it was odd and asked if there was anything wrong with the house, to which she replied that the inspection had come back clear. I didn't think much beyond that. I started babysitting, and immediately I felt that something was off. I have anxiety, so going to new places really puts me in a funk. I figured that's what it was at first. The way the home was set is important. On the bottom floor, they had a living room, dining area, and kitchen with some other rooms. I spent most of my time in the living room working on things for school while the kids were upstairs playing games or with their friends. While you're in the living room, there's a wall that blocks you from seeing the stairs. Upstairs, there are bedrooms. Immediately off the stairs and above the living room is the parents' room, which was off limits to the kids. Then there was a loft area that looks down over the front door to make a grand foyer kind of feeling. There's a light that can be on, which can be seen from downstairs because of the loft. Then the kids' bedrooms were down a hallway. Now, let's get to the experiences. Nothing really happened at first that was too mind-boggling. Little noises here and there, knocks on the walls, things being misplaced, lights flickering, but nothing that made me think ghosts right away. I figured that they had got what they paid for and that my memory was just garbage. A couple of months after that, things started picking up. The kids, who were usually very sweet and kind to each other, started becoming noticeably more snappy to everyone, especially Jay. He had complained about nightmares that he had started having about someone standing in his doorway, watching him. His parents wouldn't listen, though. Their behavior grew even worse as time went on. It was a weekend, and the parents were going to be gone for a while. The kids were upstairs doing their thing. I was downstairs in the living room, looking at pizza to order for lunch. Out of nowhere, I heard really loud footsteps coming from above me in the parents' bedroom. Thunderous, even. Thinking it was the kids being little dingus meats, I immediately headed upstairs to tell them to get out. But I was greeted with the two kids standing in their doorways, staring at the closed door to their parents' room. The footsteps and bangs were still continuing from inside. At this point, I thought it was an intruder and instructed the kids to get into their rooms and locked their doors. I called 911 and explained the situation. As I stayed on the phone, the footsteps continued to walk around the room. I could hear it moving to different locations. 2 officers arrived, so I grabbed the kids and we waited outside. The banging kept on as one of the officers escorted us out. They came out empty-handed and said that nothing was there and that it may have been something with the door because the banging stopped as soon as they opened the door. I had felt the shaking of the floor as the movement kept going around the room, so I knew that it wasn't the door. But I guess in my denial I ignored that and took the kids out for ice cream, trying not to think about it. Another time, the kids and I were sitting in the dining area eating dinner. It was only us 3 in the house, and from the dining area you could see the light upstairs was on, and it cast a shadow onto the front door. I was making a joke about how I'm the only one who knows how to turn a light off and on around here, and I saw a shadow of a hand from upstairs on the front door, and I think that's when it really started settling down with me that the house was haunted. The kids didn't see it, and I didn't tell them. I figured it would just add stress that they didn't need. I told the parents that night when they came home, but they brushed me off, saying that they hadn't experienced anything. This continued on for a while. I would experience something, the kids would, but the parents would not believe any of us. It was the summer after I had just graduated high school. I remember it vividly because I was awake reading articles about a huge shooting that had happened in my town. That's when the banging from upstairs started happening. I was used to it at this point, but what I was not used to was the banging footsteps coming down the stairs. These steps were methodical and menacing. I felt terrible energy in the room, and it was cold despite it being in the middle of summer in the south. I counted the seconds between the steps, and it was 5, every single time. I called out to the kids and told them to stop joking around, even though I knew it wasn't the kids. I was absolutely terrified. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs, and I couldn't see who was there. Then I saw an apparition. It was of a little girl. She had brunette hair and a red dress. She looked innocent enough, but the energy in the room was so heavy that I almost threw up. She looked at me and I looked at her, and she didn't move. I figured that I was hallucinating, and I started rubbing my eyes, but when I finished rubbing them, she was still right in front of me. In that situation, I couldn't move or do anything. My mind just went into kid brain mode, and I hid beneath the blanket that I was using. I called the parents crying and told them to come back immediately. When they came, the energy in the room lightened, and I finally came out from under the blanket. She was gone. They asked what was wrong and what happened, and I told them it didn't really matter because they wouldn't believe me. I then informed them to find another babysitter because I would not be returning. I still wonder about the kids. I hope that they ended up okay. They moved out of that house at the end of the year, but I'm not sure if what I saw was attached to them or not. I'm still not sure what I saw. I still have nightmares about the girl, and it's a really frightening event for me. While I was growing up, around the age of 3 until 6 or 7, I had an invisible friend. He would only show up every once in a while. I thought maybe he was lonely and also needed a friend. I disliked the feeling of someone not having a friend when I was little, so I gently worked hard to be his friend, just so that he would have someone. Usually he would appear whenever my stepmom would be mean to us, and we were left alone for a bit afterward, or when I was scared or was having a paranormal experience which at the time I didn't understand. My teacher was fond of me and told my dad that I was special and could grow into either a very bad or a very good person. While the other kids would play on the playground together, I would sit on the hill and just enjoy the grass and trees and wind, and my teacher would sit down next to me, enjoying it in silence as well. I remember one time the other kids were on the playground and, without being told to, stopped playing and sat down with us, and we all just sat on the hill enjoying the breeze. It was a pretty nice memory, just all of us enjoying the silence and having a moment, until the school bell rang. My dad didn't think that the little boy was fake, while my stepmom tried to get me to see a specialist. My dad did eventually take me to a specialist in order to make my stepmom happy because they constantly argued about it. I remember that at our last appointment I was in the waiting room. My dad opened the door and went into her office, and I remember as my dad's back was turned to me that the specialist concluded that nothing was wrong with me, that I was just a normal kid. My dad said something along the lines of, "I thought so, thank you," and he took me out for ice cream afterward. My dad later opened up to me after his divorce and said that in every generation some of the kids have gifts and that some people don't like what they can't understand, and that's why he thought my old friend wasn't made up. To this day, I don't know if he was a ghost or an invisible friend I made up as a little girl, but I do remember that he had his own personality that I was not in control of. He never really talked about anything, like about his life, even if I asked him questions. He just wanted to play, or he would show up and say, "It's going to be okay." I remember after a while, as my stepmom hated it more and more, he sort of slowly went away. Sometimes I would call out for him, which I didn't do before, and he wouldn't show up. Sometimes when I would cry, I would sort of wait for him, hoping a little bit that he would show up. But he never did. I eventually forgot about the little boy until one day in middle school. It felt like something which was not very good was in my bedroom with me that night. The house was oddly quiet. I figured I was being silly, so I fell asleep. That night, I had a dream that I was inside of a broken-down city as a girl again. It was a misty night with puddles on the road. I could even feel the rain falling lightly on my skin. I remember that my hair was wet. The city seemed to be empty. The street lights looked old, and there weren't any lights on anywhere. Many of the building's windows were broken. Inside of the rooms were dusty and unkept. I also noticed that there wasn't any furniture inside of them or lights or doors. It was just rooms. I called out, and my voice kind of echoed as the rain tapped the ground. I noticed rather quickly that I wasn't alone. Something heard me. As a figure of something slowly crept in the distance on the street behind me, I looked closer, but it wasn't a person. I heard a loud screech, and I instantly started to run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. Whatever was inhabiting that city wasn't expecting me. Suddenly, I was being chased by a bunch of shadowy, semi-human-looking things. They ran fast and would jump from the wall of one building to another building, clinging onto the sides, the bricks falling and hitting the streets and the sidewalks behind me. They nearly caught up to me until I turned the corner and started to run over to an old wooden fence on the outskirts of the city. I felt the water on the grass, and I think I slipped at least once. I saw the little boy on the other side of the dark brown, worn-down fence, and he said, "Take my hand." I did, and as we ran away through an open field in an attempt to reach some woods on the other side, those things were moments away from catching us. Their claws dug into the ground. Some of the speckles of dirt flew past my face. Then I woke up. On my ceiling above my bed, there was a huge man in armor and medium-length brown hair. His hair moved, and little parts of his clothes moved with it, as if they were submerged. But it didn't look to me like he had been near water. He had a silk cloth. It was either red or purple. The only way I remember it is because part of it had floated steady near his hair and face. Light seemed to emit not only from his body but from underneath his skin as well. As I looked at his face, he had an expression of warmth and calm, and it felt like we knew each other. He seemed so familiar. Only the area from the top of his head until about his waist or a little below it could fit within the space of my ceiling. I remember his eyes. It was like he were trying to tell me something, that he was the little boy the entire time, and it was going to be okay. The only way that I can describe the feeling of familiarity I had is, you know the feeling when you see someone after a while and you realize you knew each other when you were kids? Eventually, after what felt like a longer time than what it probably was, the man faded away, and it was just me in my empty room. That morning when I went upstairs to fix myself some breakfast, my uncle was talking in the living room about having a dream. I didn't really catch what his dream was about, though, until he mentioned that he woke up in the middle of the night when he heard aggressive scratching and banging on his door. My dad didn't believe him, so he brought my dad and my sister and I downstairs to show us that it was true, to show my dad that he wasn't making it up. There were long, deep scratches on the other side of his bedroom door from the hallway. I can't explain what happened or what had made those scratch marks. I usually don't open up about my experiences. I honestly haven't had the courage to until a few days ago. Rarely have I shared them. I still haven't told my family about my dream, or the man I had seen either, but they still talk about the scratches. This happened in January of 2016 when I was in my late teens. The story keeps coming up amongst my friend group, and something about it kind of bugs me. I have no clue what I really saw. I just know that it seemed paranormal and not anything that could be explained. I live about 2 hours away from an abandoned campus that was used as both a tuberculosis hospital and an asylum until the 1990s. I didn't really research it, nor did I believe in the paranormal at the time. I just thought that it would be so cool to go to an abandoned place. So I brought my 2 guy friends with me, one my age who was into the paranormal and had been there before, and one who was older than us, and my one friend that was a girl. I'm also a girl. It's one of those places that you'd get in trouble for trespassing at, so we hid my car and snuck in through a broken fence. I should mention that we went at around 8 or 9 p.m., so it was really dark out already. We go into the main building and are fine. We're not feeling anything weird, nothing like that. We exit that building and go into another that's maybe 2 buildings away, but within a couple of minutes we end up at the exact place where we exited the first building, the main entrance, and that felt a little off. We decided to venture into the basement. My girlfriend and I felt uneasy immediately and suggested that we go back upstairs instead, which we did. We go up into the place where they kept children. This was evident because of all the children's toys on the ground, and there was a soundproof room. Some of the toys were moving. and there was a ball that was bouncing on its own. Our friend who's been there before stopped us while we were walking through a hallway. We heard a door slam, followed by footsteps in front of us. The hallway in front of us was also pitch black, while the rear of the hall was at least lit up a little bit by the moon. We turned around and went back. Against our better judgment, we let the boys bring us into the basement. As soon as my girlfriend stepped her foot onto the basement floor, her flashlight went out, and we couldn't get it back on for the life of us. It did end up coming back on later, but that didn't happen until we had already left the premises. Anyway, my phone that was at 80% immediately died. We were standing in the center of the room together, and around us, it was almost like a haze was there. I felt so sick and lightheaded. I had a dread in the pit of my stomach, and so did my friends. We felt like we were surrounded by other people. We quickly went back upstairs. This is when it gets extremely unsettling. We go into the ballroom and grab a table. We sit on it, each of us on an end. It was square. We heard a door slam shut, so I look up at the ceiling to avoid looking around the room. My friend who's into the paranormal starts trying to communicate with whatever was in there with us. He said, "Knock once if you're a boy and twice if you're a girl." And we heard one knock. As this was happening, I see a black figure that's almost human-looking sitting in the windowsill. It's kind of hunched over and very tall. Its leg is swinging, and then it takes off. It's crawling across the ceiling. I tug on my other guy friend's arm, and he shakes his head as to not acknowledge it, and I try to forget it. My girlfriend says out loud, "Do you guys see?" But my guy friend, who is ignoring it, cut her off and said, "Stop." My guy friend, who is trying to communicate with this thing, told it to come and sit down. We felt the air get freezing, and that's when he said, "We have to go. Goodbye. You're not allowed to follow us out." We all jumped up off the table and walked out. After we were out, we practically ran to the car and left as quickly as we could. As soon as I was in the car, I felt so much better physically. We were silent for a while, but then my friend who is ignoring the figure said, "Did you guys see that?" And of course we all said yes, and shared our experiences. He thanked my girlfriend and I for getting the message about ignoring it as much as possible. It still scares me to think about it to this day, and I always get chills when writing or talking about it. The amount of energy needed to manifest that is what boggles my mind the most. I'm not even completely sure what we saw, and as much as we discuss it, we cannot come to a solid conclusion. I'm a corrections officer at a county jail in northwest Alabama. I work a 12-hour night shift from 1800 to 0600, 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. Most nights are calm and not much happens from 2200 through 0500, 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. And other nights, you're moving non-stop and police officers are constantly bringing people in. You have a lot of DUIs and junkies on the weekends, and then anything from an FTA to the occasional murder throughout the regular work week. Anyways, like I said, most nights are calm, meaning that hours feel like days, and sometimes a single shift can make you feel like you've been here for weeks. But sometimes, those calm nights are not really all that calm. We have 2 holding cells in the front of the jail used to house inmates that have been recently booked in, and are waiting to see the nurse for screening before going to Gen Pop. We have another room up front that we call the Pink Room, due to the walls and ceiling being painted a hot pink color because a former sheriff thought hot pink was a calming color. Everyone hates this room. It's our drunk tank, equipped with a camera for observation and a flushable drain in the floor for any liquids that might come out of someone, if you know what I mean. One night after lights out, when everyone was asleep, I heard a loud bang in one of the holding cells, like someone was hitting or kicking the door. which would have been a normal noise if anyone would have been inside one of them. But my partner and I had moved everyone out of the 2 holding cells just a few hours ago, and no one else had come in that night. I thought it might have been the guy we were keeping in the pink room for medical observation, but when I looked over at the monitor for the camera in there, he was sound asleep on his mat on the floor. I went over to the doors of the holding cells to investigate. I lifted the heavy curtains on the windows so that I could see into each one, but there was no sign of anything. I figured I was just hearing stuff since that noise is so commonly heard at all times of the day or night. I went back over to my desk and sat down. It was about 02:45 when I heard that noise, and it was completely silent until about 03:05. I started hearing the noise it makes when a door is unlocked from the control room. From the control room, you can unlock or open any door in the facility except for like 3 that you need an actual key for. There's a door right behind the desk that I sit at that leads to the kitchen and rec yard. That was the door that sounded like it was unlocked. I radioed my partner, who was in the control room, and asked if she had unlocked this door. She said that she hadn't touched the computer since I asked her to let me outside to vape like 2 hours ago. Again, I thought it was a common noise to be heard, the silence is playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, except this time it sounded like the front door. I looked over at the monitors for the front door and saw nothing, but on the monitor for the pink room I could see the screen start to get fuzzy, like static. Then it was completely black for a few seconds. When the camera came back on, the inmate was sleeping in the exact same spot. But everything he had in there with him, his cup, shoes, blankets, was all scattered across the whole room. I would have heard him moving and throwing things, but it was completely quiet for those few seconds when the camera was black. After that, I decided I didn't want to be alone anymore. I went to sit with my partner and started telling her what was going on. After I told her about the doors unlocking and locking and about the guy's stuff in the pink room, she just laughed and said, "Must have been Christine." My partner has been working here for 5 years now. She told me that Christine was an inmate that had died in the old jail next door, and that the reason she haunts this jail is because the buildings are connected. She told me about numerous things that have happened while she was on shift, including actual sightings of the ghost she calls Christine. She said that Christine has gray hair down to her shoulders, and that she's wearing a nightgown. She also said that Christine can be seen walking down hallways on the cameras, inside the cells with her hands on the bars looking through them, and that sometimes you can see her face from the windows outside. I live in Eastern Europe. Well, more specifically in Romania. You may have heard stories about those gypsies and witches that live in my country. Most of them are just pretending to be something that they're not. This is the story of a real witch. My grandmother used to live in the same village with a witch. I don't know if the witch was a gypsy or Romanian, but it doesn't really matter. She lived for so many years that no one actually knew her age. This woman claimed to be a witch, and she also claimed that she had this demon who served her. She used to talk about the way that she sold her soul one night in the forest while performing a ritual. In return, she gained powers and the help of a demon. She said that she couldn't die until she convinced someone to take full charge and responsibility of her duty as a witch and sell his or her soul to the darkness as well. She had, I believe, 3 daughters, but people said that their mother's behavior scared them away. They moved to Bucharest and never returned to the village. Now, you'll say that she was most likely a crazy old woman, but no. A lot of people heard strange noises coming from her attic, and she agreed that the sounds were made by her slave or demon. People, even though they were afraid, asked her to solve their problems and gave her money for it. No one ever complained about her work. No one. Everything was put in place, no matter how difficult the task was. Also, people witnessed a lot of hard work getting done overnight in her yard and garden. Stuff that she wasn't able to do alone. Unfortunately, I don't know if she's still alive. I have one more story about a witch. My grandmother met a woman on her way to work. This woman asked my grandmother about the witch. She wanted to know where the witch lived. My grandma gave indications, and then asked her why she was going. She said that a thief broke into her house and stole all of her savings. She wanted her money back. The next day, my grandma met the woman again. She carried a bag. My grandmother asked her what happened. She said she went to the witch and received the promise that she was able to find the money on the table when she returned home. The witch asked in advance for half of that money. The woman agreed. It was better than nothing. Things happened exactly as the witch had said, and she carried the promised money in the bag on the way to the witch's house. One more story is that a woman fell in love with a married man. She went to the witch and told her that she wanted that man. The witch asked her if she wanted the man no matter what the consequences were, and she said yes. In less than a month, his wife fell ill and died. He remarried. He got married to the woman who had indirectly killed his wife. That's why she was seen as a powerful witch, as a real witch. She had some supernatural powers. This happened in 2011. Back then I was very engaged in political activism, and I ended up organizing an Occupy movement in the city I was living in, along with some other fellows. We camped in a downtown square for about 4 months, and throughout this period a lot of people came in and out. By the second month I had to travel to another city where my parents were living for a week. When I came back to the occupation, there was a guy living there that had arrived exactly when I had left. He had somehow already had some respect from other people in a very short period of time. He was tall, blonde, long hair, a bit hippie, had a profound voice that implied self-confidence. He had by some means a strange aura. But okay, no big deal, seemed like a cool guy after a while. Over time he became my friend, and we ended up having long conversations about pretty much everything that interested me and vice versa, like occultism, magic, UFOs, etc., until he brought up the vampirism subject, which I was not familiar with at the time. He explained to me some stuff like that vampires were basically normal people that could manage their own life force, and apparently they have been misinterpreted since always. He told me that there were some secret vampire groups, small ones, that preserved the rituals. There was no blood-sucking thing going on, as he said that blood was an analogy to life force. They were not actually sucking it from people, but they could indeed take somebody's life force. But more important, he said, was to know how to use your own. The conversation finished there. The whole thing seemed fascinating to me, and after a while, we went to sleep. Some days later, here's what happened. My house was quite close to the occupation, and once in a while some of my friends would often ask me to use the bathroom or to have a shower, and then this guy asked me the same. I said yes, no problem at all. Everything went fine, the guy had his shower, and we were walking back to the occupation, and he brought up the subject about vampirism again. This time he was wearing an anonymous plastic mask, which completely covered his face. He starts to explain to me how one can control their own life force inside dreams, and how would that affect the actual material body. Meanwhile, as he's explaining that, I see his jaw making a strange movement, as if there was something stuck between his teeth, and he was trying to clean it. When he finishes the explanation, he calls me by my name and raises the mask slightly so I can take a look at his mouth. And then I saw this huge canine tooth. He pulled the mask back down quickly. I didn't know how to react, so I just remained calm when I asked him what was that for if they didn't actually suck blood from other people. He told me that it worked out as a sort of antenna to capture different vibrations, and he managed to construct it by molding his life force into that shape inside his dreams. He asked me if I would be interested in doing the same. I told him that it sounded interesting, and he just left me to think about it. We arrived at the occupation as if nothing had happened. I didn't see any strange movements by his hands trying to insert a fake tooth into his mouth, or trying to remove it after. The sensation I got was that he pulled the tooth out by a jaw movement. The whole thing was just very strange to digest. I had no idea what to do, so I called my friend and he just said that the whole story sounded too crazy to be believable. We still lived together in the occupation for a while, but I never brought up the subject again. The guide totally noticed my attempt to avoid it, so he didn't push me on it either. There was another strange fact after a while. Once he was shirtless, and crouched organizing some stuff inside of his tent, and the muscles on his back formed into the shape of a winged dragon. The occupation eventually finished, and that guy ended up dating a girl that he met there, and they both had a kid together. He seemed pretty normal, despite those 2 occasions. So back in high school, I was a rather shy girl. This was during or after the recession, and my family had gotten a bit tight on money. Usually I didn't eat lunch, and I had to hide that fact from the staff at the school, so I studied in the library or sat outside on the field behind the school for lunch. Rarely had I ever eaten or sat in the lunchroom. As the school year went on and neared its end, prom was coming up. I never had enough money for a prom dress, so I always turned down any offers to go, simply because I didn't want people to know that I couldn't afford a dress, let alone the ticket to go in. Between classes, when I had to walk through the cafeteria, I noticed that there was a younger boy who would always stare at me. His friends would pat his shoulder, and I read one of their lips one day as they told him to, quote-unquote, ask her. The group of boys just looking and smiling, except for the nervous one who was simply staring at me. I would look away to the floor and grip my textbooks closer to my chest, walking down another hallway. Anyway, I kept finding ways to sort of get past him without him noticing. Now I know this sounds mean, but I didn't know him. I couldn't afford it, and I also felt like he was dark inside. It was like every time I saw him, all I saw was a gray smoke around him, and there was a really uneasy feeling about it. Anyway, prom happened, and I lived right down the street from the high school, so I could hear the music and see all the kids driving down the road or walking to the school in their cool new clothes. As I sat there looking at the lights and the kids, I decided it was stupid to just watch the event happen without me, so I'd made myself go to sleep. A week or so after prom, I heard other kids in school talking about something, almost whispering. Apparently, the boy who wanted to ask me out to prom, he ended up asking another girl from another school. She said yes, but when she showed up to the house, her dad didn't like him and said that she shouldn't go. The boy then told the girl that he couldn't go to prom with her because something had come up and he wouldn't be going to prom with her at all. Those were his words. The father and the boy talked about it, and the father said that if he paid a portion for her dress, then they could go. The kid went back to the house and cut the screen to the back door with a knife. Then he unlocked it. Her father woke up and asked him what he was doing there, and the boy said, "I came to see you die," before charging at the father with a knife and a shovel. He managed to stab her dad 7 times. Her parents subdued the kid, and he was arrested and released on a $10,000 bond. The rest is history. So that's my prom night story. Oh yeah, and the dad did survive, which was great. When I was a kid, I lived in a little one-story house with my dad, my older sister, and my stepmom. It was a nice and quiet place. We had hardwood floors and there was a hallway leading from the living room into where the bedrooms were. It was a rather dark hallway which turned to the left and led to a guest bedroom and my parents' bedroom. The reason it was dark was because there was just a single dim light on the ceiling between the two bathrooms and the second bedroom, which was at the end of the hallway before it turned left. There was also an attic door right above the master bedroom's door. We never really opened it. It's weird. It just didn't feel like we had permission to, even though we did and could use it any time. I can recall one day after school I returned home to the house being empty. My sister was at a friend's house and my parents went out to try and surprise us with McDonald's before we came back home. I remember calling out my sister's name to see if she was home as well as my mom and dad's name, and no one responded. I went into my parents' bedroom where they had a computer. I sat down and started to turn it on, hoping to get a few minutes of gaming in before my parents came back. As I sat there, the room felt like it was getting darker, but I told myself that my eyes were just adjusting to the computer monitor in front of me. The computer which was taking a rather long time to boot up. Back then, I was maybe 10 years old. I looked around the room to see if my eyes would adjust, but it was still extremely dark even though the light was on, and it just seemed like they couldn't. It also started to feel colder and colder, and when I looked up again, the ceiling was completely black, and the darkness shrouded the light above me with a thick black haze. Immediately, I looked back at the computer to compose myself and tried to ignore it. I told myself I was just a kid that was creeped out for no reason. As I focused on the monitor, the room was cold and quiet. And suddenly, a woman's voice whispered shortly and sternly, my name. I could feel the wind on my ear and the pressure of someone holding my shoulder. I bolted out of the room, and moments later my dad came through the front door smiling and holding a kid's meal in his hand, asking me how my day at school went. I didn't tell him what had just happened. A little while passed, and my dad began having his own experiences in the house. Sometimes he would fall asleep watching his favorite TV shows on the sofa. In the middle of the night, when we had all fallen asleep, he would wake up and hear footsteps walking around the living room. He would also hear chains being dragged across the floor. At the time, we also had a dog. He said that our dog's head would follow the footsteps, and that was how he knew he wasn't just imagining it. The footsteps would lead into the kitchen, pausing for a moment before something dropped from the kitchen counter. Sometimes when one of us was alone in the house, we would hear little girls giggling and laughing in the bathroom at the end of the hall. I remember my dad talking to some of the adults in a serious tone. He said he could see the shadows of two people from underneath the door. He would open it after no reply, and there would be no one there. He would then notice that he was alone in the house. This was a common incident that many of us had experienced ourselves. My stepmom didn't like children, but she hid it very well from my dad. When he would leave for work, he would leave for 15 to 20-hour shifts. Sometimes she would put me in the basement and said if I couldn't behave myself like a person, I would be treated like an animal. The thing about being downstairs is that she would turn off the lights so that you would be downstairs and it would be completely black. It would feel like something was staring at me from the corner of the room. Something that was slowly creeping closer and closer to where I was sitting. Sometimes I would hear feet dragging in the distance, accompanied by tapping sounds similar to fingernails tapping on the concrete floor. This only happened soon after the sun had set and the basement was once again too dark to even see my hand waving in front of my face. As the sounds came closer and closer, I would hug my legs in a fetal position. At that point, I would sing a song from Anastasia, the one that my sister and I used to sing together, and hearing my voice made me feel less alone in that situation. Even as I felt the air thicken and the feeling of something weighing in next to me, waiting for me to open my eyes and take a look. Each time that I did manage to open my eyes in an attempt to see what it was, it would still be so dark that I didn't know if something was there or not. I learned how to toughen up and deal with that thing by treating it like a bully. Just don't let it get to you, don't let it bother you, I would tell myself. But the utter relief of the light turning on and being allowed to come back upstairs and watching my dad pull into the driveway was the best feeling in the world. Another one of my stepmom's favorite punishments would once again be in the basement. She would have my sister and I fold the clothes from the laundry machine. She would later tell one of us to go upstairs and then proceed to throw all of the clothes on the ground, and then tell us to fold it again by ourselves. Downstairs, my sister and I knew that something was not right. The room had a TV and a small, dusty sofa. The door would always be open, and it felt like someone or something wanted you to come inside. It was almost magnetic. At times, we would have to go into the basement room whenever my stepmom had her friends over. We had to be quiet downstairs without a peep, or else she would get upset. Due to the giggling ghosts who were upstairs, we always seemed to get the blame, and were punished according to her mood. When I turned 12 or so, 2 of my dad's brothers moved into the house with us. One of my uncles slept in the guest bedroom, while their other uncle slept in the basement room. Sometimes we would go down there to see if he was hungry. When we entered the room, my uncle would be laying on the sofa with his eyes open, not blinking, and unresponsive. This would go on for a good hour or so. My dad said there wasn't anything downstairs, but he rarely went down there at all. My uncle said that there was something evil, and that it was trying to get into his body. My other uncle, who slept in the guest bedroom, said that when he was asleep he had a dream where a Confederate soldier without eyes kept screaming that they had been taken from him. He woke to see a floating blob of light right in front of his face. I remember one night as my sister and I were falling asleep, my dad kept yelling down the hall from the living room for us to stop talking and get some rest. He said it a few more times before my sister and I said we weren't talking. He then turned off the hallway light and said goodnight. Moments later, I opened my eyes, and behind our bedroom door was a little girl in old pajamas. She had long black hair and nearly blended in with the shadows. I stared at her and then covered my head with my blanket. Later on, 2 of my cousins moved in after my uncles moved out. They had our old bedroom, and my sister and I took the guest bedroom. My cousins were both boys, and we were supposed to help them get used to living with us. They kept fighting with each other. The youngest one would climb into my bed in the middle of the night because he didn't want to fight with his older brother. We had a lock on our bedroom door, and that made him feel better. Also, he did mention that the bedroom scared him, but I didn't ask why. Eventually, the oldest one started to walk around the house at night. We found makeshift weapons like a stick with sharp rocks on it, and a strong thread with something sharp on it as well. He said he was going to kill our stepmother and everyone else in the house. He was maybe just 12 or 13 at the time. Eventually, law enforcement became involved, and he was deemed insane. Once my dad found out about my stepmother's abuse, he swiftly divorced her, and we moved. We never saw her again. One thing I remember is while we were moving out, the landlord stopped by and had baked us all cookies. My dad asked them if anyone had died in the house. The landlords were shocked and said, "Yeah, there was an older lady who died from depression upstairs in the attic." They then asked my dad how he knew. He told them about our experiences. They also mentioned that the house was built on an old battleground. To this day, sometimes I drive past the house and think about knocking on the tenant's door. I was home alone on Thanksgiving. It was 2015 around evening time, and I heard some knocking. Being in a festive and playful spirit, I opened the door without looking and automatically felt a deep sense of regret, sort of like a literal, "oh shit" moment. I didn't know where it was coming from until I actively started trying to place what was wrong with the situation, and that's when I realized they didn't have any whites in their eyes. For a second I thought, isn't Halloween over? And was confused until the oldest boy made eye contact with me. And that's literally when I felt like I was staring death in the face. They wanted to come in, and the way they spoke made it seem like they knew what I was thinking and were actively mocking my helplessness. I slammed the door on them, turned all my lights on, and started watching TV while they stood outside and would occasionally knock. I felt like I lost a good 6 hours of time because I don't even remember when I fell asleep or what I was last watching. I remember when I first sat down, Gabriel Iglesias was playing, but I don't remember anything. When I woke up, it was around 2 a.m., and the lights were all off, and there was only static on the TV. I have Dish Network, and there were no power outages in my area, and I don't get static if Dish were to go out. I would get a channel listed as an HDMI and a black screen, or it would be the introduction screen where it would show two people talking about the features of Dish Network. Also, if the lights went out, they would come back on. I had to literally switch the lights on and off a few times for it to work, but no one was home. After that, I would occasionally see them outside, and every time it would be pin drop silence, and my lights would occasionally go out or something would lose power like my dish. One time my phone that was at 63% dropped to 1% in 5 minutes. After a few months of being afraid of every knock, I decided to call an imam to bless the house. I also saged the house and brought a lot of different surahs, psalms, to put in every room, including the bathrooms. Since then, the visits have stopped. However, a few months after that, I remember hearing a blood-curdling scream and a banging sound on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw nothing. A few months ago, maybe 2 or so, my mom and I heard a banging coming from the front door, and same thing. No one was there. I don't know if it was them, or something coming back, or just kids playing a prank, but I was so terrified. I'll let you decide whether or not she was really a vampire. Either way, I promise that this is a true story. It happened around December 2017. I had just finished high school, and one of my friends was hosting a house party. It was out in the country, large property, lovely view. It was a great place to celebrate the end of exams. I recognized a lot of people there and knew them quite well. However, there were 2 guests I didn't recognize, a boy and a girl. He was a stoic character with a solid build, not quite muscle, not quite fat, not quite someone that you would want to annoy. She was a thin figure with long amber hair and fair skin. He would scan the crowds while she shyly cradled a bottle. No one else was paying any attention to them, and I could tell they felt uncomfortable. They seemed nice enough, So I grabbed a friend and walked over to them, hoping that I could put them at ease. My friend left pretty quickly, but the girl seemed relieved that I was paying attention to them. She told me her name was Verity. Bit of an unusual name, but I thought it was pretty. Her boyfriend seemed a bit more comfortable too, but he didn't say much. I don't recall his name. Verity and I chatted for a while, but I was quickly running out of small talk. I asked her about the alcohol she was drinking and what kind she prefers, that sort of thing. She replied casually, it's okay, but my favorite substance is blood. I think that's a good cue to run away, but my curiosity got the better of me. I asked her why she enjoyed the taste of blood. I've cut my lip before, and I remember the taste being quite sour. She told me that the flavor is dependent on a person's health. The healthier they are, the sweeter their blood. It suddenly made sense as to why her boyfriend was built like an athlete. She taught me a few weird things about hematology, and was very knowledgeable about medieval execution methods. She explained them with a strange fondness. It was almost nostalgia. I only knew the Viking blood eagle, but that was enough to get her excited. We ended up talking all night. I listened to her gore-filled lectures, and they both listened to me as well. Even though my interests in stories were much less interesting in comparison, they didn't seem to mind. They smiled and encouraged me. In between subjects, Verity would draw some blood from her boyfriend, either with her nails or her fangs. He seemed okay with it. I talked to her boyfriend for a short while, too. We got along just fine, but we had very little in common, so it was a bit tricky to hold a conversation. He was into sports and cars, so he was probably human. After a while, I tried to encourage them to meet my friends. Verity, however, didn't like that. She was very possessive and insisted that I stay with them all night. I wasn't in the mood to argue with a bloodthirsty historian, and she was being very friendly with me, so I agreed. She didn't bite me once, and I'm grateful her boyfriend was there to feed her. Maybe she was a vampire, or maybe she just had some really weird habits. Either way, I hope you enjoyed my story. Okay, so this has happened 2 times that we noticed. The first time was 3 months ago. At 2 a.m., my husband was playing an Xbox game. Name of the game was Halo. So it was only my husband. My kids were asleep upstairs, and I was down in the basement in our room in bed. I was reading. He told me that he was on the couch. The game was paused since he was looking in his phone for a cheat or something for it. By the stairs, he clearly heard, "Mommy." My daughter doesn't call me like this, but they were asleep. He even checked. This was yesterday. At 5 p.m., I was coloring in the living room. The TV was on a Parking Wars episode, and my kids were upstairs playing a game. The hubby was outside mowing the yard. I clearly heard, "Mommy? Mommy, Mommy!" Clearly a little girl, and it sounded like it was behind me, not where my kids would be. And it was not my daughter's voice. Now today, I was folding clothes and had small hand towels by me. I watched as they were pushed off of the couch and away from me. Not like they would if they had just fallen down. This story happened in the early 1930s. He, my great-grandfather, was living in India, which was still under British rule. As he was from a poor family, having a motor vehicle was not even an option for him. He used to travel to nearby places by horseback. One day he went to meet his friend, and it got a little late by the time he was coming home. It was around evening. He decided to take a shortcut through the jungle instead of using the road, which takes almost double the time. On the way he saw a little goat just abandoned sitting beside a tree. He thought it might have lost its way, so he decided to bring it along with him and leave it somewhere out of the jungle. He dismounted, picked it up, and put it at the back of the horse. Just when he was about to get back in the saddle, he noticed something odd. The horns and feet of the goat were facing the opposite direction. Quickly, under fear, he pushed the goat down and climbed up the horse to make a run out of the jungle. He started chanting a prayer to his guru. He was sick. Just as the horse started moving, he heard a female voice from behind. "Your prayer saved you today, but I don't know how you'll get away next time." As he turned back, he saw a woman standing there instead of the goat, just staring at him, her eyes wide open. This is a true story, so it creeps me out even though jungles like those don't exist in the modern world. This incident was really scary. We have an abandoned asylum just outside of our village, and me and a friend decided to go take a look. We both love to do parkour, and we really wanted to climb on top of this thing. We did, and after a few times when we went there, nothing happened. The asylum itself did look a bit scary though, but that's just a thing with old abandoned buildings, so we kept going there and had no encounters or weird noises, nothing like that. Until last Sunday. We parked our bikes next to the building and walked around it to the back, where we would most of the time climb up. So after a couple of hours, we climbed back down and started to walk back to our bikes. This was when we started to notice that there were other small buildings around the asylum hidden in the woods. We also noticed a small bunker-like building with leaves and grass covering it, and decided to check it out. We walked down the staircase leading up to a door which would lead into the bunker. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked, so we opened it. When we walked in after turning on our flashlights, we began to notice a small room at the end of the hallway. It also looked like it had a cell room where they could have had prisoners or patients, I guess. We looked at each other and decided to walk toward it, when my friend suddenly spoke to me. He said that he was feeling a very cold breath on his neck, and that he had a pain in his stomach. I told him to stay calm, when suddenly I started to get a bad headache out of nowhere. The room began to feel very, very cold, and we both ran back to the door, up the stairs, and back to our bikes. We did not go back for a second, and did not stop running until we were outside. Then we looked at each other, still in shock. We did not know what to say. After a few minutes of silence, we went back home. I have not been to the area ever since, and the event that happened down there in that small bunker will always be in my brain. Here is the chilling tale of one of my stepmoms, who we'll call Lisa here, experiences with ghosts that she has conjured through her old Ouija board. So Lisa had just divorced her ex-husband and was living alone in a new house with her 2 kids. She moved to get away from the torturous spirits or demons in her old house. She was settling down with a broken heart and a new life. She went to bed after forgetting to pray one night. She did this because it was what the priest told her to do to solve her problems with the paranormal. It seemed to work, she told me. But when I didn't do it, it would all come back. Lisa had no paranormal experiences while she was in that house. Until now. On the night she didn't pray. Her oldest kid was 7 and now sleeping alone. Her youngest was 3, and Lisa kept her sleeping in her room because she felt like she had to keep an eye on her. Because of all the experiences, she was a worrywart. Anyway, she falls asleep and wakes up to 3 knocks. She knows this all too well. She lit a sage, prayed, and went back to sleep. This didn't work. That night she kept hearing scratches on her wall above her head. She turns to look up and sees a face in the pitch black dark. Lisa just woke up and thought it was her imagination. But then came a feeling of impending doom. A feeling also that she knew too well. She turns on her lamp, turns around to see a black mist looming next to her bed. She grabs her daughter who is sleeping with her and grabs a Bible. She screams for the mist to go away and everything calms down. She flicks on the light, paces around the room, and looks over to where she heard the scratching sounds earlier. To her horror, she sees 3 scratch marks the size of tiger claws above her bed on the wall. The scratches were on her wall until she put up new wallpaper. I asked her stepdaughters. One of them remembers her mom screaming at a wall. She never saw what my stepmom saw, but they wondered why they saw the scratch marks. So before some of y'all say I'm making this up, it's not my responsibility to prove it. I've gathered a few paranormal encrypted stories after moving to North Carolina. The silver UFO, the shadow person, the 6 lights, etc. But this one stuck out to me the most. I've never even heard of this thing or even knew that this thing existed, and I was a kid when I saw it. It could be my mind exaggerating, but another person with me saw it, and it freaked us both out. We were driving along the back roads of North Carolina and learning the shortcuts and ways to get around as we had just moved here. It was the evening, and it was around false summertime, the time where it's hot randomly in the spring, so the windows were rolled down. We were just having fun cruising and sightseeing. The other person with me was driving and was chit-chatting to me about the smells and plants that I should stay away from. We were passing a cow farm, so we rolled up our windows, and the curve past the farm was coming up, so we rolled them back down. Now after you hit this curve, there's a hill and it flattens out into a straight but crummy road. In the middle of the road, something blackish was walking. It was shaggy, and was just walking all calm as if it was sightseeing too. I remember my friend asking, "What's this dog doing?" It looked as big as a black bear or a derpy Saint Bernard, and it walked with a normal stride. We slowly crept up on it, hoping that it would hear the car and move out of the way, but it didn't. So my friend gave the horn a little tap, and this thing finally turned around. Its eyes were reflected from the headlights. It hunched down and hissed. When it turned, its tail lifted, and it was long and black. It then darted off into the woods. My friend was puzzled. I just sat there in disbelief at what I had just witnessed. It was an odd and quiet ride back home. Fast forward to more than a decade later, me and a few friends were looking at local urban legends because one of them swore up and down that they saw the ghost that everyone was talking about and wanted to know more about it. I'm zoning out because I'm an introvert, and went looking around in the website that we found. I see this title called The Vampire Beast of North Carolina and was like, what the hell? North Carolina's got a hillbilly vampire. I click on it and read. Some beast was terrorizing locals and their farm animals, leaving puncture wounds, no blood, and leaving the body there. Multiple bodies of dead animals in one night, all dead the same way. I scoffed and say El Chupacabra, like Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory, and kept scrolling. I read some more and saw, here's what witnesses recount seeing, and when I scrolled down to see a hand-drawn picture of it, I nearly shat bricks. The photo the eyewitnesses had drawn of what they saw looked exactly like what I had seen over a decade ago. The shape, the tail, the color. I went pale and exited out of the page and just sat there, thinking on my life's existence up to this point, wondering if I had some sort of brain damage, because I was like, there's no way that this can be real, what I saw. But what really hit the nail on the coffin was that this thing was attacking people's farm animals, and I had seen this thing by a cow farm. I haven't seen this beast again. I really don't want to because I think it's a bad omen since I have a superstitious family, which is why I think paranormal and odd occurrences happen to us. Whenever we do have odd experiences, we don't speak about it to each other. Ten years ago, when I was about 16, I started babysitting for a family that lived in my neighborhood. They had a sweet 7-month-old baby girl that I would babysit every now and then, and 2 dogs that were also very nice. Despite them having a nice house in a nice neighborhood, I still got a very weird feeling when I was in their home. It was almost like I was being watched or felt a presence there. Whenever I took care of the baby or their dogs, I would never want to spend longer there than needed. One night while babysitting her, about 2 years old, she asked to go down to their basement to play with Play-Doh. I said yes, and we went downstairs. I got a very weird feeling when we went down there, but I still got out the Play-Doh for her. We were playing for about 2 minutes before she came over to me and said that she was scared. I asked why she was scared, and she said that the man was scaring her. I said, what? Because I thought that I had heard her wrong the first time, and she said very clearly, the man is scaring me. She then asked to go upstairs, and I said yes, and she bolted and ran up the stairs and left me to clean up the Play-Doh. About 6 months after that, the family asked me to care for the dogs while they were out of town, and I said yes. I ended up burning some sage and asking the spirit to leave the space. After that, I didn't feel the presence as strongly. It was to this day such a weird experience, and I still have no explanation for why that all happened. At the time of this story, I was a 16-year-old high school student. I got a babysitting job for a couple who had a family wedding and needed a babysitter for a super late night. I was referred to them by another family that I used to sit for. Keep in mind, this was when cell phones were just coming out, so I had a really crappy flip phone with a certain amount of minutes. There were 3 kids. The oldest was a boy about 8, the middle boy was about 6, and there was a little girl who was a toddler in diapers and couldn't speak. I came in while the sun was still up to meet the kids while the parents were still there. The parents were so cool. They showed me where all the snacks were and gave me the ground rules for the night. Kids in bed by 7:30, teeth brushed, you know the drill. Once they left, we started eating dinner. To my shock, the middle child, who we'll call Teddy, kept throwing his fork hard at his siblings and pinching his sister with his nails under the table. He kept kicking my shins and throwing his food around the room. The moment his parents left, he became a terror. Their house was old but remodeled, so their toys were in the basement playroom. After dinner, we all went in there to play. As soon as we went down the stairs, it felt wrong. Don't get it twisted. It was a beautiful finished basement with a couch, flat screen, and toys, but something just felt creepy about it. Then the little girl kept pointing at a blank wall, one with no pictures or anything on it, and kept screaming at the top of her lungs and crying. It really unnerved me. At this point, I'm getting a terrible, really bad feeling. So I say, let's go upstairs and watch TV till bedtime. The kids seem to love that idea. So I carry the little girl upstairs and turn on the TV for the three of them and then go back down to grab her favorite stuffed dog and clean up a bit. When I turn around to walk upstairs, I see Teddy smiling a sickening smile at the top of the stairs. He has his hands on the light switch. My stomach dropped. I didn't have my phone or a light, and if this little shit locks me down here, I thought. The light switch is at the top of the stairs outside the stairway, so if he closed the door, I was screwed. And sure enough, he flicked off the lights, cackled, and went to slam the door and lock me in the dark basement. I have never moved so fast in my existence. I flew up the stairs and shoved my hand into the door to keep him from locking me down there. I asked him why he did that and yelled at him to never do that again. All he did was smile at me and then slowly walk away, giggling. I iced my hand and watched him closely for the rest of the night. Bedtime comes around, and I put the kids to bed upstairs without any problems. There were 3 bedrooms, the parents' room at the end of the long hall, then the baby girl's room in the middle, and the boys shared a room with the bunk bed at the end of the hall by the top of the stairs. Everything finally seemed quiet, and I began to forget the horrors from earlier and started watching TV. About an hour after I put her down, the baby girl started screaming through the baby monitor. A scream that sounded like she was in pain. Thinking her brother Teddy was bothering her, I ran upstairs to stop him. As soon as I get to the top of the stairs, I see him laying down on his bed facing the wall. The baby is hysterical and is again pointing at nothing and crying. I am freaked out by now. I rock the baby back to sleep, check on the boys, then return to the living room. What the hell is happening? Am I imagining things? I shake it off and turn the TV back on. This is when the night goes from bad to a total nightmare. Once back in the living room, I start to hear screaming every couple minutes. What sounds this time like a grown man screaming in pain. At first I thought it was outside or maybe a TV or a radio, so I ignored it and kept watching television. But soon it became clear that it wasn't a joke and it wasn't my imagination. It was coming from inside the house. Then I hear what sounds like little feet running upstairs in the hallway. For a second, I'm not scared anymore. I'm angry that Teddy's out of bed 2+ hours after bedtime. I go to the bottom of the stairs and holler up Teddy's name and tell him to go back to sleep. I don't hear a response, but I do hear the footsteps continue. Then I hear what I think is him run into his parents' room at the other end of the hall. Feet pounding down the hallway, clear as day. So I sprint up there, thinking I've caught him in the act. The hall is empty and dark. I turn, and I find Teddy is sitting up in his bed. He's staring at me again with that sickening smile. I could see his brother was asleep on the top bunk, and I could see that his baby sister was asleep on the monitor in my hand. He gave me the creeps. I told him to lay back down. I go back downstairs to the middle floor. I then hear someone walking up from the basement, and I lost it. I slammed and locked the basement door, and I called my house number. My big brother answers, and I tell him that I'm scared. He puts me on speaker, and I explain everything to my family. I babysit every weekend, and I've never had a negative experience or called them like this, so luckily they believed me. My grandpa, being a super religious man, prayed with me and calmed me down. My big brother got into his car and came to sit with me until the parents got home, but the town I was in was a bit of a drive, so he told me he'd be there in 40 minutes. Even after we hung up, I could hear the footsteps running around the house. I am not a religious person, but I sat on the couch and prayed and cried. I have never been so scared in my life. I was terrified. The parents came home before my brother got there, and they saw that I had been crying. They asked what happened, and I told them everything non-supernatural that occurred because I didn't want them to think I was a crazy person or tell people not to hire me. I just wasn't going to mention it at all. So I just said Teddy was a handful, and that was it. As I was leaving, the dad, in a deadly serious voice, said, "Did the ghost bother you?" I slowly turned to him, not fully believing what I had just heard. I asked him if he was being serious. He said, "Oh, I'm being serious. We've had a ghost problem for a while now. Did you experience anything yourself?" I broke down and started crying when I gave them an honest recap of the night. I told them about the screams that I heard, the footsteps, everything. How the baby was crying at the wall, and how Teddy tried locking me in the basement. They believed me right away. The parents said they'd moved into the house about 2 years ago after the old man who built the house died inside of it. He was an actual hoarder and fell and injured himself in the basement and died among his piles. Since no one could hear him scream, they didn't find him in time. By all accounts from the neighborhood, he was a mean recluse of a man. Either way, what a terrible way to go. They said they would wake up every night to things flying off of their kitchen counters and doors slamming. They would hear knocks and pounding in the walls. I was shocked. I asked why they stayed in the house if they knew it was haunted. They explained they weren't able to move due to their jobs and current financial situation. I have to admit that although it wasn't huge, it was a beautifully built home. That old construction kind of home with bookshelves built into the walls and a winding grand staircase. The dad said he would go downstairs every night for a year and say, "Go away. This is our home now. You aren't welcome here," over and over. He said eventually the activity stopped. They said it only sparked up when someone new would stay in the house or when they'd have a sitter at night. They said since I quote-unquote knew the truth now, that they would pay me extra to come back because they could never keep a babysitter. Pfft. Yeah, right, I thought. I am never going back there. But I said I'd be in touch, and I ran out of that house. I am ashamed to say that I never answered their calls again. I felt bad, but there was no way in hell I'd ever return there. I still babysit once in a while, and I've never had any experience like that since. I still think of those kids sometimes, and I really think that Teddy was being affected by the spirit there. I've never encountered a child so cruel, so negative. Thinking of his creepy little smile still sends a chill down my back. I hope they were able to move or clear the negative energy. Either way, it's one night I won't forget. When I was 16, I started dating this 20-year-old. It was a very bad relationship in which I was cheated on and treated like crap, but that's another story. Anyway, after my 17th birthday, I finally dumped him and got him to leave me alone. A couple months later, I was on Skype with one of my old friends around 1 a.m. All of a sudden, I hear tap, tap, tap on my window. Now, my bed is right next to, kind of underneath my window, and my bedroom is on the other side of the house from my parents. I asked my friend if he had heard anything, and he said no. A few seconds later, tap, 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 and he said yeah, that he had heard that. I agreed, ended the Skype call, and ran to my parents' room. I woke my mom up, and after telling her why I woke her up, she stopped being angry, and we tried to see if anyone was outside the house. No dice. So I slept in my parents' bed with them. At 17. The next day, my dad had apparently seen vague shoe prints outside my window. It happened twice more, and after the third time, my mom called the non-emergency police line and was suggested to put up a motion light and/or a security camera. We put up a motion light that day. I've yet to hear knocking on my window since the light was put up, and it's been 2.5 years. I'm about 95% certain that it's my psycho ex, because he would come to my window between 1 and 3 a.m. when we were together sometimes and knock. Also, one of my friends who had mutual friends with my ex said that my ex was in the area. He lived about 30 miles away from me, the nights when the knocking happened. So for my cheating asshole of an ex, let's not meet again. I was about 17 when this happened. I moved in with my father after living with my mom for most of my life. Behind his house is a trail in between our house and the neighbor's house. It's pretty unbeaten, but you can still find your way through it. At the end of the trail, there is a very small pond. The first time I walked back there, I found it very charming, until I turned my head to see a small porcelain sculpture of a boy sitting on a log. The paint had faded from years of sitting there. The shirt was still slightly colored, but the thing about the paint that bothered me most was his eyes. They looked so blank. But the most important detail to the story is the hands, or the lack thereof. His hands were nowhere to be seen. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just a forgotten decoration put there by the neighbor long before I had arrived. The pond behind my house afterwards is where I would go and smoke weed while my dad was home. The sculpture never bothered me too much. That is, until the day that I touched it whilst I was walking around. I walked to the very back of the pond and further into the woods and found a small, wooden, decrepit shack. I wasn't about to waltz in there and get shanked by a weirdo, so I left it as is. But I got a really sinister feeling from it when I turned my back to it. When I was making the return trip, I had to slightly lean on the sculpture as to not fall into the pond. When I say I've never felt something so sickening and evil, I mean it. I immediately let go and sat back in the small chair that I had set up and began to smoke, thinking I'm just being paranoid. Then, as I finished my bowl, I feel something tug my hoodie slightly, so I jerked my head to see. Nothing there, and I just brushed it off as a branch or something, so I took a deep breath, leaned back in my chair, and looked up at the stars, leaving my arm dangling down off of the chair. Then I felt a small, cold hand wrap its fingers around my index finger. I nearly shit myself, jumped up, and sprinted back to my house, leaving all my paraphernalia at the pond. Keep in mind, it's about 9 or 10-ish, so I'm tripping over branches and vines until I found myself back on my back porch. From there, I could hear several twigs snapping and footsteps crunching pine straw heading back toward the pond. I haven't been back since, and I'm not planning on going. Between that old shed and the small, handless sculpture, the whole area gives off bad energy. that thankfully I don't think I've brought into my house. Whilst I've always been skeptical and evidence-based, I've never been able to shake this experience. My mother and her sisters have all had what may be termed as paranormal experiences, but without my personal experience, I had only thought of them as intriguing stories. As I take after my mom, though, I'm male. It's possible that they may have a perception which I share. This might be relevant later. In the mid-1990s, when I was around 21, I moved into the top floor of a 3-story building in Birmingham, Edgbaston, UK, which had been converted into flats. Mine had its own small landing and separate bedroom and lounge/kitchen. I also had 2 kittens, who play their own role in this. Having previously shared a house with friends and being young, this was my first time by myself, which may explain the feeling. But it was a very tranquil place. With the exception of my current house, it was the most peaceful place I've lived in. Again, this may be relevant later. Nothing of any real pertinence happened for the majority of the time I lived there, but I would often be listening to music for hours with my eyes closed, absorbing every note, frequently Nick Drake, whom I had recently discovered, and felt as though someone was sitting there listening with me. I didn't pay too much attention to this, with my very scientific background and all. But the sensation was as though someone was sitting right next to you and you closed your eyes. You would know or sense that they were there. It's hard to explain, but it somehow felt nice and I got used to it, putting it down to my own imagination though. Fairly often, the 2 kittens would be playing in the lounge and both suddenly stop and stare at the same spot on the wall, then follow something around the room together. Again, I thought nothing of it for a while, but then realized that there was never an insect or reflection which they could have been looking at. Eventually, with the frequency of this combined with the feeling of a presence, whenever I saw them doing it, I would tell them to quote-unquote stop watching the ghost, although of course the tone in which I was using was very much tongue-in-cheek. Another curiosity with them was that they would refuse to enter the bedroom, or quickly leave if carried in there. It was something else I didn't pay attention to until much later. I had lived there for about 1.5 years and decided that I would save some money and share a house with someone that I knew. When I told the landlord, he commented that of all his properties, this one was very much an outlier in that no one apart from me had ever stayed there more than a few weeks or a couple months, and that I had been there 18 to 24 months. So, a few weeks before moving out, the first noticeable thing happened. At the foot of my bed is an outside wall with a small window to the left. As I lay down in bed one night, the only light was moonlight and a distant street lamp. I closed my eyes and realized that although dark, I could still see the room around me. I thought my eyes must be open, so I scrunched them shut to be sure. It sounds odd, I know, but I could still see, and was definitely not asleep. I was both marveling at and trying to understand whatever craziness this was when I had what I could only describe as an out-of-body experience. I began floating up toward the ceiling, stopping at a few feet away, and then floated toward the foot of the bed and outside wall. Admittedly, I was now in a panic, as I didn't know what was happening, but the overriding fear was floating through the wall and not returning, so I tried to shake myself back down somehow. I then had that falling sensation that you get in dreams, and the jolt when you wake up. Despite feeling like I was awake the entire time, I put it down to having fallen asleep immediately and going straight into a dream. A week later, and my final week at the flat, I went to bed one night. I closed my eyes and again could see the room around me. As I looked around again with my eyes closed, I was first excited at being able to repeat this, but then remembered the out-of-body experience. That worried me, so I opened my eyes so that it might not happen again. but also to know for certain that I was awake. As I looked across to the diagonally opposite corner of the room where the window was, I looked slightly left at the standalone wardrobe and saw the image of a young woman standing there about 12 feet away, staring at me. Her image was formed by misty white and dark shadow, and I saw that she had long, straight, shiny hair as a standout feature. And no, this is way before the original Ring films. I can imagine what some people might think. Of course, it scared the living crap out of me. I tried to put it down to tired eyes and the moonlight making the shape, but then she slowly made her way to the bed and, as best as I could make out, leaned over as if she were about to kiss me goodnight. With all my bravery and rational thinking, I pulled the covers over my head, scared out of my mind, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, and I don't know how long I laid there waiting, but I eventually went to sleep. I thought that was it, and the next day put it down to an overactive imagination despite what I've shared above. I later moved out without telling anyone of this for fear of being labeled a crazy person. A few weeks later, I'm with my dad in his car one evening, and we drive past the house. We both look at it and notice the lounge light is on in the top floor window. He says it looks like someone has moved in already, to which I replied, thinking that he would just laugh and call me silly. Yeah, either that or it's the ghost. To my surprise, he looks at me with a stern face and asks if I'm being serious. That worries me. He pulls the car over and says that it's really important, and he's deadly serious, to let him know if there's anything I should tell him. So I start relaying to him what I've said above, and he's obviously concerned. He asks me to describe her, and once I have, he replies, "Yep, that's her." I think I was more shocked at that moment than the night I actually saw her. He then tells me, when I said where you had moved to, your nan wanted you to move out right away, but we didn't say anything to you as we didn't want to worry you. Your nan's next-door neighbor had a daughter, and she was murdered in that flat by someone she worked with one New Year's Eve. My nan's neighbors were roughly the same age, so this would have been the late 60s or early 70s. You just described her exactly, he said. And the police said that when they found her, she had not long had a bath and had been strangled with her dressing gown belt. One thing they remarked upon was how long and shiny her hair was. Still gives me chills, but this wasn't the end of it. At this point, I still hadn't told anyone apart from close family about my experience. I was trying to avoid the loony label. I was in my early 40s and working at a company as a software tester. As I say, my mindset is technical and fact-oriented. A guy starts on my team, 10 years my senior, but we have the same interests and personality, and we get on great. We're still friends to this day. A horror movie had just come out, so we're talking about it, which leads to talk of other similar movies, and then he tells me about a scary experience he once had himself. He said that he was lying in bed one night, and suddenly had the sensation of being strangled. He said it was so vivid that he swore it was real, but opened his eyes and no one else was there. He lived by himself in a flat. I asked him where this was. Same area. I asked him the road, same road, house number, flat, same one. He'd lived there about 10 years prior to my stay in it. That was the first time that I then told someone else about what I had been through. If this was paranormal, did she show herself to me because of the links between our families? Is this why the flat was so peaceful for me and not previous tenants, if that was why they had moved? Could I see her because of some ability, however small, which does run in my family? Is this what the kittens could sense? I've had a few other separate experiences, and so has my family, but they're for another post. Despite that experience, I'm still skeptical. There are so many questions that I just can't wrap my head around. For example, how would a spirit have conscious thought or action? How do clothes become part of an apparition? Why do we have little, if any, hard evidence? At the same time, I have no other explanation for what happened other than it was a lot of weird coincidences. I understand that to many this is just someone else's story, but at the same time, there is still an unthinkable amount of secrets to the universe that humanity has yet to unlock. My family on my dad's side have many stories of witches. I don't know if this will sound real to you, but my family has always told these stories. My uncles, dad, and grandpa all have a story related to a witch encounter. Some of my aunts as well, and grandma. I believe them, and am here to share their stories. My dad's family come from a small ranch in Mexico. The ranch is really huge, so huge that basically all of my family lives there. Usually if you live there, you're related, but there's probably only 4 or 5 other families that aren't related to us. Once my uncles were getting ready for a party. They were young at the time, maybe early 20s. The party they were going to was at another ranch. My uncles used to party a lot. Sometimes they would come back very late. Actually, that was usually the case. They got ready and started heading out. It was very dark, but they didn't care. They got to the party and one of my uncles, Steve, saw these 2 girls away in the corner. He saw them and said that they were very beautiful. They had light-colored hair and light skin. Being in Mexico, it was really rare to see a girl like that. Steve then elbowed my other uncle, Andrew. They then walked up to the 2 girls and started dancing. After a few dances, they headed home. They said bye to the girls and took off on their horses. They had been riding for about 30 minutes when they saw the same 2 blonde girls walking down the dirt road. They stopped, dismounted, and walked over to them. They were just wanting to see if they needed a ride home. My uncle then heard one of them laugh, and in front of his eyes, they disappeared into the darkness. They both got back on their horses and continued. They later came across another laughing sound. My uncle Steve got off of his horse and asked who was there. Yeah, it seems stupid now, but my uncle really didn't care about getting hurt. Steve then saw 2 birds. He said they were really big and as dark as the night sky, and they were laughing at him. Andrew got off of his horse and walked towards Steve at this point. Both of them looked at the laughing birds, confused. Then one of them spoke and said, "We enjoyed dancing with you boys." My uncle really didn't enjoy the fact that he had danced with a witch, so he took out his gun and started shooting at the birds. They just flew around and laughed at him more. Then he started swearing at them. They didn't appreciate it, so one of them flew down and clawed at my uncle's face. He only got a little scratch, so thankfully he was okay. The birds took off, thanking Steve for the dance still and saying his name. My uncle had never given any of the girls his name. The 2 of them grabbed their horses and went back home. That never stopped my uncles from going to parties. I'm a die-hard agnostic skeptic with an open mind. I believe that anything is possible, but I want a logical and preferably scientific reason behind that anything. The last 10 days, however, have been absolutely insane. It started when I was a little kid. In my memories, I see kids between the ages of 5 and 11 with solid black eyes and smiles too big for their faces. I had a bad childhood, so I just figured they were added memories by an imaginative mind, because that's the answer that solidly fits my skeptical scientific worldview. Last month, I started seeing a girl. She told me about her experiences with sleep paralysis and shadow people. I explained to her that it was a rational experience caused by being in a hypnagogic state. Then she brought up the Cheshire Cat kids. Her recollections matched mine as a child. It was unnerving to say the least, and she and I spent almost an hour discussing the most minute details about them. Our stories matched. So, she does acid with her friends about 10 days ago, and told me that she stepped outside. A group of 6 of them were waiting for her. They showed her scenes from my life that were my darkest. She described them to me too accurately for her to have heard them from a second-hand source, which would be hard to do anyway, considering that I don't like sharing such detailed information. They then told her that I was going to die soon, and that she should stay away from me. This has put a monkey wrench into one of the most promising relationships of my 25 years. Since that night, I have nightmares of them coming into my room, licking my forehead, and showing me the memories of my past as if they were happening in that moment, complete with smells, sounds, sights, etc. I have written this part off as my subconscious mind reacting with my long-dormant PTSD, but they got more and more vivid. While this is happening, she has been distancing herself more and more. Last night was the weirdest part of the tale, however. I was driving down a windy country road to calm myself, and a pair of headlights flies from around a bend and runs me off the road, almost into a tree. When I looked, however, there was no car, and the headlights extinguished after passing me. I'm chalking all of this up to anxiety-started delusions and possible schizophrenia, but I cannot explain how she knew what she did, and why all of this is suddenly happening. Not entirely my story, but the main event happened to my mom when she lived at home with my grandparents. Back when she was a teen, they had a beagle that would often stare down the hallway and growl at nothing, the whole deal. In the middle of the night while lying in bed, my mom heard the dog begin to growl just before she felt someone grab her by the ankles and begin to yank her out of her bed. She says she was halfway pulled onto the carpet before she started saying the Lord's Prayer and the hands let go of her. But her dog was still going absolutely nuts. There have been other little things that have happened there too involving other people in my family. No one seems immensely worried about it, but I've always had the feeling of being watched in that house, even before knowing some of the stories I've heard now that I'm older. It's always the same one. My grandparents have lived in it since it was built when they were first married, so no bad history of the house itself, but perhaps the land that it's on? My grandma has told us stories about seeing shadow figures walking down the hall. My brother smelled my grandpa's cigar smoke in the kitchen during a family event. My grandpa had passed away a couple of years ago. Used to always smoke a certain brand of cigar outside on the back porch. And I once was startled by a loud, raspy cough right behind me while I sat in the empty house playing computer games with the speakers off. Recently, my mom and I had installed some cameras in the basement and on the front and back porches, just for extra security. I'm dreading the day my grandma tells us one of them caught something, and I'll have to see it with my own eyes. A few nights ago, I awoke to being restrained by what I can only describe as a vampire. I'm familiar with the paranormal, but this was a particularly impressive experience. I was pinned to my bed, trapped underneath the body of a young woman. It was as if she was trying to bite me, but at the same time doing everything in her power to stop herself. Or she was doing her best to bite me, but something was preventing her from being able to. She was struggling and jerking, breathing rapidly and kind of growling and snorting. The way she was moving, it was almost as if she was on fast forward. Her teeth were grazing my neck with her mouth wide open. I could feel them against my skin, but was sure that they never penetrated. I was unable to break free and struggled in fear, but realized that I couldn't get away, so just gave in and embraced her. When I embraced her, I found that I actually felt an overwhelming love, despite the disturbing nature of the experience. I had a very clear image of what she looked like. She had long, wavy hair, and somehow resembled myself. I could also feel her intention. Even though she was doing something violent, it was clear to me that she was good at heart. Eventually, because I was alternatively struggling against her, I did break free, and she disappeared. I had a similar experience to this around a year ago where I awoke to a dark, humanoid shadow being standing beside me, manipulating my energy. That being, however, I felt was inherently evil. This vampiric entity, on the other hand, didn't give off a sinister vibe. It just seemed to me that she was trapped in some kind of karma, unable to control herself. I know about the sleep paralysis demon phenomenon, and that there is supposed to be logical explanation for these occurrences. Honestly, I completely disbelieved in anything supernatural for most of my life. After everything I've experienced, though, it's impossible to deny that these kinds of things are real. This probably isn't the scariest of stories, but it still worries me how badly things could have gone. It was the end of a long night, nearly 10 p.m., and all my friends had just caught the last train home. 13-year-old me was standing in Hamilton Central train station waiting on my mom to come and pick me up. The bus bay was near enough deserted, and there were very few people milling about. I wasn't particularly concerned about being alone at night. I did this every week after hanging out with my friends. I'd been standing there for about 15 minutes when an older, mid-30s, seemingly drunk man approached me asking for 50 pence for a bus. I told him I didn't have any money, and he wandered off to ask the other people around at the shop. He returned a few minutes later and stood beside me, occasionally looking me up and down. Despite my age, I was around 6 feet, and always looked about 16 or 17, and was pretty used to guys in their 20s hitting on me, but this guy was different. He wasn't saying anything. He was just leering at me, and alarm bells were going off left, right, and center in my brain. Just as I opened my mouth to ask him if he needed anything, he started babbling away, asking about how long it would take to walk to Glasgow, as he needed to get there before 10, or the police would put him back in jail. Instinctively, I asked him what he had been in jail for, and he gave me the biggest grin, and starts telling me about how he had quote-unquote found someone fingering his bird, and so he messed him up. Long story short, he caught his girlfriend cheating on him, and killed the guy. He continues like this for a few minutes, then starts moving closer to where I'm standing. I was nearly blacking out with fear, as I was completely defenseless if he were to decide to stab me or take me. Luckily, just as he got within my personal bubble, my mom pulled up, and I bolted to the car and made her drive home as fast as she could. I was living with my parents in Mexico City. They were missionaries preaching the gospel. When I was 7, we were living in a small town. One day my mom woke me up around 3 or 4 in the morning. She brought me to the window and said, "I wanted to show you why we are here and why we do what we do." She picked me up and showed me a strange woman standing in our front yard doing some ritual or something. She had something on her face and hands that looked exactly like the Elephant Man, like the bark of a tree. She had candles lit and the whole setup. This woman lives in this village, and she knows who we are and what we're doing here. Our being here interrupts her way of life and the energy that she taps into, my mom told me. I'm showing you this because I want you to know what kind of things we fight against. This isn't just preaching the Bible to people and trying to make their lives better. This is a battle against a world of darkness, and you are a part of it. My parents knew this was serious, but weren't really that worried about it because they could just pray it off and nothing ever happened. I bet that made the woman even more angry. On that day, I realized that witches are real and not just a fairy tale, especially since she had stuff growing on her. Demons really do give some sort of power to people. That day was not only a crazy experience, but the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. We moved 2 years later because I wanted to be a normal American kid that goes to school and has friends and stuff. A few years after we left, a family that we knew and had worked with died from a truck driver not seeing them on a cliff. I can't help but wonder if that was just a freak accident or something more. The whole thing creeps me out. At first, I thought she was on drugs. But then she did something that made me wonder if she was telling the truth. I was 16. A friend and I were walking through a local park at night when we saw this Asian woman wearing what looked like a traditional Chinese dress. She was dancing alone in the grass, and she then started running toward us, scared the crap out of me, and began telling us how handsome that we were. This woman appeared to be in her mid to late 20s, and honestly, she was stunningly beautiful. She kept telling us that she was a vampire, and that she was centuries old. I was thinking, okay, she's obviously on something or she's crazy. But then she gazes into my eyes and says,